Okay. Like it. A warrior takes sword in hand and giggling. Hello, Jacob. Gonna wait for some more people to arrive and then we'll start. There's some funny things today. There's some horrible things today. We got a whole mix, you know? We got a whole mix of things. We've got a whole discourse to go through. We've got a whole topic. Transphobia is getting out of hand. Yeah. Transphobia is getting out of hand. Like, as transphobic rhetoric is ramping up, so does the TERF rhetoric as well. Did you know? I bet you knew. Hello, we have 3 people. But don't worry, you won't be bored in the meantime because you will see some great things here. Did you know? Look, we listen to some beautiful music. See? So as we... 5 people, okay, we are almost ready to begin. I guess we'll treat it as like a warm-up period, right? Like what Demon Mama does. So I will chat with all of you. How are you? How are you enjoying this game? I think this is one of the best Final Fantasy games. It has the most serious and political story about inequality in society, especially. That's the big topic that this game tackles: inequality within society. It is a really engaging job system, really good gameplay, really good music. This game is really good. People. Hello, Narshadea. We're gonna do some really big politics today, you know? But first we must wait for some people to come in. So we will do almost like a warm-up session that Demon Mama does. I need talking with everybody, you know? Showing you some of the best Final Fantasy. Haste, Miss Haste, Haste, Haste. I will show you the result of my training. Ramza is a thief. A lot of very bad things are happening. That's not good. Look at this. This is how we will battle Transphobia, okay? I'm doing on the battlefield. You know? Oh yeah. Dam had a whole horrible speech about wanting to do genocide basically. Herbs are getting more and more bold. There was a whole discourse on Twitter about female-only spaces, you know? Which is pretty bad, believe me. Oh, okay. The game is too, the music is too loud, okay. So I must adjust. Or actually I can just do this. Will this work? It did not work. Why didn't it work? Why didn't this work? How's this? Better? Is this better? Better? Is this better? Is this better? This should be better. Maybe a little bit less loud. How about this? How's this? How's it now? We will punish our enemies. Okay. Better? Is it good? Yeah, I want to move here and destroy my enemy. Look at this. Punch out. Punchy. Boom. Come on. Giggly. Now look what will happen. Magi. Bolt 2. Morgbell. Okay. Haste! Come on! Come on! Miss. Diable Velou. These enemies are strong. 6 enemies? Why are there so many enemies? Swearing bolts gather and strike with power. Bolt 2. Yank! Yeah, it's really good. Giggly Gem. Wait. Charge plus 5. What's your name? Ta 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 ta. After this, we will start a little segment of. Wait, what the heck? Why? Something's wrong. It's the same game, but with a different translation, with added movies. This is the same game. This is War of the Lions. You know? War of the Lions is the same game as this, but with different translation. And new cinematics added in, and some attacks have a lag that you need to patch. But the game is the same, you know? The War of the Lions on the PSP is just a port of this game for the PSP. You know? But it does have that whole slow thing that we need to patch. Haste. Missed! I hate that I miss. I steal your experience. Balls too. Yank, yank. Oh, it has new characters? Maybe I should have played the PSP version then. I'm playing the PlayStation version now. What new characters does it have? What are the quality of life improvements? Well, you can still, on the PlayStation version, I can still get Cloud, so that's okay. You can get the best character, Cloud, from Final Fantasy VII. Oh no. Final Fantasy Tactics Advance. Maybe we will play the PSP version later down the line, okay? Maybe. I will consider it. For now, I will play the PlayStation version to the end. Boom. Ta ta ta. You know? Ice birthday. Yank. Yank. Ooh! Is it for the PlayStation? Is it for the PSP version? Wait, hold on. Is that much for the PSP version? Okay. Okay, that's good. We will play that as a challenge. Although the game already is kicking my butt. We will use it with the PSP version. doing well. Satiros. Okay. We will get Satiros. Bonk. Oh wow, that's actually a hard hit. Ba-dum. Oh no. Da, da, da. Charge 5! What the hell? That was so sad and pathetic on my part. I charged for 5 rounds just for this to happen? Okay, let's destroy the enemy. Boink. Wow. Okay, I destroy you! Boom! Okay, last enemy. Oh, that's a good item. Whoa! Well, that happened. Okay, so before I jump into the segment, I'll have to go here. I will have to Twitter. I hope I have it written down. I hope I have it written down, Giggles. Let me see. Humba. With my... Do I have it written down? Oh, there you go. Mm. Uh, uh, okay, I have to check something. Oh. Yes, I need to be logged in to see this. Mm. Mm. Okay, I have to check something quick. My gosh, I'm having technical problems. I apologize. Um, um, huh. Mm. Oh wait, I know what to do. Wait, hold on, hold on. I'm so silly. Sorry about that. Just remembered what to do. I am so silly. Um, we okay. Okay. There you go. Yay! We managed to do it. We managed to log in. There you go. I managed to log into Twitter. There you go. So let's go to Ptasie Mleczko, my favorite starting page to start the browser. Okay, we got the browser going here. Twitter. There we go. And now, come on, we are gonna change the title of the stream. Gonna change it to something like new managing moderator is gonna. Ah. Also switch to live chat if you're on top chat. With so many desktop shortcuts got my eyes sending signals. It's okay, Giggler, come on! I'm powerful, I'm a real Giggler. Okay, I'm changing the title. The transphobia is becoming too much. Okay, there we go. The transphobia is becoming too much, as we all know. So, as we know, transphobia all over the world, but especially in the US, has been reaching all new heights. Like it's been getting worse and worse. And there's a couple of levels to this, you could say. There's the level of legislation, politicians such as Trump, to whom we will get soon. There are very prominent creators, writers such as J.K. Rowling. We will get to her as well. And then there are the regular TERFs that spread their hateful message, and we will start our little segment from them. The people who are basically conservatives who try to pretend to be quote-unquote feminists to push really conservative ideas, okay? And we will start by going through a little thread that I have inserted myself into, okay? So it all started with a transphobic tweet, right? It all started with how anyone on earth can see that Trump is gender critical, quote unquote, and then still come to the conclusion the movement is about women's rights is beyond me. Cults melt your brain. Which, yeah, of course. Like, it's like this is such an interesting thing that all the gender critical crowd tends to align with far-right conservatives and be buddy-buddy with far-right conservatives. And you have this person, because on an individual level, it is literally about what we as females feel is important needs and rights for us. See? Those sex-based so-called laws, right? So sex-based rights, whatever that actually means, you know? But we will get to that. We will get to that, you know? The best weapon against TERFs is actually reading about women's history and history of women's struggle for freedom. That is the best counter to the TERF rhetoric. Who cares what big bad names out there agree or not? We still will talk about us and our needs regardless. Single-sex spaces have always been important. Right? Single-sex spaces have always been important for females. Keep this wording in mind, okay? Keep this wording in mind. You can make fun of me all you want. Trans rights and spaces are important, but females speaking out on our rights, spaces, and needs is as well. It shouldn't be one or the other. It is one or the other. If female rights mean excluding trans people, right? And so I wrote, single-sex spaces have always been important. Oh, Is that why women have been fighting for literal hundreds of years for the decoupling of sex from gender? Single-sex spaces have indeed been important for men to be able to control women, and thus special spaces for women have been established from which they would not be allowed to leave ever, not without a man's supervision anyway. Is that what we are fighting to go back to? And this is basically what it's all about, you know? And this topic is like supposedly about the topic of intimacy, of bathrooms, of changing, or locker rooms, and things like that, prisons. And of course, the quiet assumption is that trans women are not women, but they are men that are trying to infiltrate those spaces, right? And dirty Gertie. Yeah, because women's only domestic abuse centers are there for men to control women. Don't be so ridiculous. Woman doesn't equal female, or did you just conveniently ignore the part where women fought for hundreds of years to decouple sex from gender? And yes, claiming that women's abuse centers were always a thing is indeed ridiculous, you know? And then we got into a whole thing, you know? I got into a whole argument with this person about spaces. It's always about prisons, showers, and places like that, even though the truth is that private stalls for showers, private stalls for bathrooms fix any issues that might arrive, you know? If it's a topic of intimacy, which is the pretext that most trans exclusionary radical feminists will use, right? And then they showed some articles that actually did not agree with them, but they tried quoting them as evidence for their trans exclusionary policy, even though the articles that they cite speak of the need for private stalls and for accommodation for things like periods. So once again, this is a very dishonest attempt at excluding trans women from women's spaces, not treating trans women as women, right? And then we go to the big TERF herself.
For example, there's no...
J.K. Rowling has been on a rampage, right? J.K. Rowling is absolutely losing it. She is falling apart.
J.K. Rowling. Men defining what a woman is, what women should and shouldn't fear, what women should and shouldn't say, what rights women should be fine with giving up, and of course, what constitutes real misogyny. Get a bloody mirror. That's real misogyny looking right back at you.
See, this is like the what rights women should be fine with giving up. This is like almost like a dog whistle, right? Like what does she mean by giving up rights? She basically means treating trans women like women. This is what she means when she says giving up rights. When trans women are treated like women, then that means that cis women are giving up their rights. This is what J.K. Rowling means. And if you disagree, then this is real misogyny, and you should get a bloody mirror.
Now, of course, even in the United Kingdom, women are more pro-trans than men are. So if we're actually just
Yeah.
going by what women consider to be real misogyny, women have decided that trans women are valid.
That's also true, by the way. That is also true.
If you've been paying attention to the headline,
Like, this is horrible, like, because Turks are actually a extremely vocal minority. They're very aggressive, they're very vocal, but they do not represent what cis women actually want. What they do represent is wanting to go back to a very conservative status quo, which actually stands in opposition to what feminists believe in. She means trans women aren't real in her twisted mind. Yeah, that is, yeah, very aggressive minority.
you might be aware of the fact that very recently, just a few days ago, the UK government essentially banned trans women from female prisons, which is, you know, super great and definitely in line with the facts of the matter and also with material reality. And don't worry, we'll get to that.
Like, it's not like people like that don't care about any sort of facts. They just care about, like, most of them are extremely conservative. Let's not forget about that.
We've covered a good deal of the sort of legal lead up to this point, but
Yeah.
I think one of
And it screwed up Scotland as well. I'm gonna move out of the way so that Vosh does not have to be.
the most important things to remind yourselves of when we're talking about this is
Like,
that the
Scotland was super pro-trans, and then England reminded we're in charge, basically, of the UK, so you have to fall in line.
latest data from the Ministry of Justice states there are 230 transgender prisoners in all of England and Wales. That's not 230 transgender women in women's prisons, by the way. That is 230 transgender prisoners.
Yeah,
From
so
Pink News, right here,
trans men as well,
181
and-
trans prisoners were in male estates, and 49 were in female estates. 49 trans women in female estates? Well, no. 6 of those were trans women.
Uh-oh.
The rest are trans men. There are 6 trans women in women's prisons in all of England and Wales. This
Wow.
reminds me of when state Republicans were trying to pass laws banning
Yes, those 6 people demand a whole law to be passed just around them, right?
trans
I'm not a dominant. I'm not a girl. Trans girls are buttons, okay? I cannot be dumb. I am a butt. How I survived the first time is a mystery to me, so I know I won't survive a male person as a trans person. True. All our systems and institutions are crumbling, including the fictional worlds we used to enjoy escaping into. All modernity will crumble under the foolishness, stubbornness, and bigotry of its creators. Oh no.
athletes from participating in sport teams of their preferred gender in states with like 3 trans athletes, period. Like one of whom who was a woman. It is completely detached from material reality. Nothing here has anything to do with actual like circumstantial, like literally nothing. Females in female prison are sexually abused by each other at times.
True.
Oftentimes by prison.
That's actually true. Like, sexual abuse just happens all around. Like, women abuse women, men abuse men. Like, guards abuse their prisoners. Like, it's like, yeah.
wardens.
And somehow nobody talks about that. Actually, rape in prison is like a little joke that people make. Oh, this person got arrested. I hope they get raped in prison. Like, that's joked about a lot. But suddenly when it comes to trans people, it becomes a serious issue that needs to be like remedied by creating whole new laws, right? Ridiculous. especially since usually those terrorists probably don't care about overall abuse in prisons.
Staff, guards, the idea that there is some kind of epidemic of transgender women preying on cisgender women in women's prisons is completely immaterial. It hasn't been demonstrated. And you might notice, by the way, that conservative media has made no effort to demonstrate this point because they've essentially conceded
Yeah, they just hate trans people. They don't care about the abuse in prisons. Prison is just this excuse.
the very concept of empirical reality. They are no longer interested in proving that the stuff they care about matters in any sense other than the abstract. They will scream and
Yeah.
hem and holler. They will hysterically bellow from the rooftops about the great threat they face from, check stats, 6 trans women in England
Exactly.
and Wales in women's prisons. Anyway, speaking of hysterical hollering, J.K. Rowling. Men defining what a woman is, what women should and shouldn't fear, what women should and shouldn't say, what rights women should be fine with giving up, and of course, what constitutes real misogyny. Get a bloody mirror. That's real misogyny looking right back at you. Now, of course, even in
Vosh did not do the accent for the you. It should be that's real misogyny looking right back at you, not you, but you. You know, you have to do the you in British as well. Don't drop the ball, Vosh. The lost word. Yeah, that's horrible.
the United Kingdom, women are more pro-trans than men are. So if we're actually
But keep in mind, that's a whole different topic as well. People that go to prison, this is what makes the joke so easy for people to make. People, and we cannot avoid speaking about it. People that go to prison are basically treated like at least one rank lower than the rest of citizens, you know. If you go to prison, you're just automatically, no matter what you went to prison for, treated as lesser than everybody else. Which is why people feel justified to do the whole don't drop the soap towards you, you know? Because in their mind, it's funny and maybe you even deserve it. You know?
just going by what women consider to be real misogyny, women have decided that trans women are valid. More men go the other way than women. So even if we're going by a purely cynical liberal id-poll,
Oh yeah, and do you know why cis women are more pro trans rights than men? Because by large, men historically have created the systems that we have found ourselves in, systems that have reduced women to their biology and reproductive function, while women, for many, many years, have been fighting to decouple sex from gender, women from their biology, and just reducing them to their reproductive function, which means that yes, women will be more open to accepting trans women as women because they understand that being a woman is more than just about the reproductive function, you know? This is by large, this is what mostly will happen, you know? Of course, I'm talking about broader statistics, you know, because on individual level, you have Paul who says I'm pro-trans cis men. I try to do what I can to understand and support. And you have J.K. Rowling, who is a cis woman and is one of the worst TERFs alive. And she is also very influential, so she can do a lot of harm, especially in the current climate, which we will get to as well, right?
graphically oriented argument as for like who gets to define what misogyny is, this is not a winning case on her part. But remember, this entire argument is being made, even in Britain, yes. This entire argument is being made off the basis of, like, I hope to God they never look at the data. Hold on. Where's the gender split here? Oh, does this particular poll not take in the breakdown between men and women? Well, either way. A lot of numbers there for sure. Remember, this is a position you can only have if you are epistemically opposed to basing your positions on anything real in the real world. It does split by gender near the bottom. Well, you tell me that after I already closed it.
We need to retire the term TERF and just call them conservatives. I don't have anything against it because they are certainly not feminists. Like, anybody who knows anything about feminism knows that they are not feminists, you know? I will give you an example, okay? Real actual feminists have always been fighting for the rights of others. Women who have been fighting for their rights have been the first in the 17th and 18th century to fight for the freedom of slaves, for black people, because they wrote in their brochures and books and articles that since women are basically treated like slaves in society, women should unite in solidarity with actual slaves and help in their struggle for an emancipation, you know? Like, history of actually brave women who fought for actual liberation, not for just themselves, but for other people. Like, this is, those are the people that we should be looking up to, and I think those were the proto-feminists, and I think it does do a little bit of an injustice to them to call people like J.K. Rowling a feminist as well, you know? People who try to trample on people's rights and try to undo many years of struggle that women went through to fight for our rights, you know?
So there's this attitude from J.K. And by the way, so to be clear with my position on this, J.K. Rowling is a genocidal leader of a hate movement. The attitude that J.K. Rowling has...
And yeah, keep in mind, Vosh is absolutely correct here. Like, we are living in an era where basically there's the transgenocide, and anybody who spreads rhetoric like this during that time like now is genocidal and is participating in the genocide, is pro-genocide.
And other TERFs have on trans people is literally they need to not exist. That's not an exaggeration. Yeah. The actual explicit stated goal...
It is absolutely not an exaggeration.
Quite a lot of them, when they've talked on internet shows, podcasts, panels, even sometimes in real life, is just they need to not exist, which I don't know how, like, that seems fairly straightforwardly genocidal to me. But
yeah, and it's once again reducing people to their basic biology, which also those people do not understand, because we have learned a lot about sex in recent years, and it does not work as they claim it to be. But even if we ignore that, it's basically reducing people to their reproductive function and ignoring anything else, and assigning them with the roles that are conservative in nature, you know? And keep in mind, people who strive for traditional gender roles seem conveniently to forget that according to traditional gender norms, women were not human and were not supposed to be citizens. Okay. Transphobes, who call themselves feminists, speak a lot about sex specific spaces. Do you know how sex-specific spaces were created? They were created by men who tried to enforce a societal norm of women not being treated as human, women being treated as a part of the man at best, and at worst, an inferior version of a man. So you had very strict sex-based spaces. You had the public space, which belonged to men. So politics, reading, literature, taking part in social life, doing anything outside the home, those were the sex spaces or the domains of men. And private spaces, such as the home, were the spaces of women when they could basically either do the house chores, and in case of rich women, it's just sex-based segregation, yeah. And in case of women who were richer, chores at home were done by servants, so the woman was basically just a decoration at the house and a thing that the husband could brag about, which in turn meant that women had absolutely nothing to do, or even, to put it more bluntly, they had no permission to do anything, which led to a big mental health crisis among wealthier women in the 19th century, because they could do nothing to pass the time, they could do nothing to seek fulfillment. Their whole role was to be at home as a decoration to the husband and to birth children as well. There's of course the fact that on one hand, public spaces and jobs were considered men's spaces, but even though that was the case, less rich women were pushed into working anyway, but just paid less. Women would work in a factory for 16 hours, pregnant women, mind you, would work for 16 hours per day when pregnant. Then they would give birth, have a 2-week break, which would lead to many children dying because many women would not produce milk from the overload from work, etc. So they would give birth, their children would die, and there would be many problems with being able to take care of them. Then after 2 weeks, the woman would return to the factory to continue working. And that was the reality for many less wealthy women. Okay? So this is how the traditional gender roles worked in practice before women were able to fight for their rights. This is how sex-based spaces worked.
Even when they're talking sort of casually about trans people, they cannot help but vomit out evidence for the idea that they're
It's almost like terrorists defend patriarchal norms. Yeah, they do. They unironically do. You know?
just hateful and it has nothing to do with protecting women.
Yeah, and it has nothing to do with protecting women. If anything, it moves women closer and closer to their actual rights being taken away. The right to body autonomy, the right to pursue a career. Do you know the arguments that bigoted YouTubers often would say, like the anti-SJWs, they often said, I remember that, they would say, women would like equal rights, but will they do dangerous job that they force men to do, like working in a mine. They often would give the example of working in a mine to something that women should do if they want equality, right? Women scream about equality, but they will not work in a mine. Well, guess what? Women have been working in mines since the 19th century. They've been performing dangerous, life-risking jobs in mines. And the only difference between men working at mines and women working at mines was that women were paid much less for their work at the mines. And do you know what the justification for paying women less was? I'm gonna wait a few seconds for you to try to guess why women who were working at mines were paid less than men. You know? I'm gonna see if you can guess the reason, because the reason is a lot more ridiculous than meets the eye. You might think you know the reason, but the actual reason was the most ridiculous reason imaginable. Really ridiculous reasoning. Because there was an official justification as to why women were paid less. There was an actual justification given. And when you hear it, no, it wasn't that women were weaker. The justification was much more ridiculous. No, they were seen as lesser humans, but the justification was... Okay, the justification was this. Men have to support... Women only have to support themselves, and men have to support whole families. So that's why men have to earn more, because when they earn money, they earn it to provide for the whole family. But when a woman works, she only earns the money for herself, so she doesn't need as much. That was the justification. That was the official justification why women working in mines were earning less than men. Because when women work, they only work for themselves, and when a man works, he works for the entire family. Yep. That was the actual justification for paying women less for the work they did. A man works for the family, a woman works for herself. So yeah, this is what we get with the so-called traditional gender norms. So, and they were saying that by paying male minors like $2 a week. Yeah, this is a transparent next to you. So keep in mind all those things when things like male spaces, women's spaces that are being discussed, women roles and men roles that were always figured out, that we always knew who needed to do what. Like, this is all BS. All you need to do is start learning basic history about women and their struggle. Yeah, that's right. Because, and this is another historical trivia. We will do videos, essays or streams about women's history, because this is a useful tool to be able to discuss these things. Like, for example, marriage would basically, on paper, in theory, marriage meant that a man and a woman became one person, one legal entity. But it meant that the man had all the rights and the woman had no rights. And the justification was that the man is of course smarter than the woman, so he should decide. But they added, but it's not bad because the woman gives up her rights willingly. It's like they give consent to give away their rights when they marry. See? So it's consensual that women have no rights because they willingly give it up upon marriage. This was the one of many other ridiculous justifications. Like, yeah. And less emotional. Yeah, that was the thing. So yeah, this is basically what the so-called trans exclusionary radical feminists want to return to. Unironically, with their whole reducing womanhood to biology, Git? What is Git? I've heard that name. What is Git? My gosh. GitHub? Do you mean GitHub, the code thing? GitHub? I do use GitHub, but I have to return to learning how to code. If you mean GitHub, then yeah, I do use it. Yeah, I do use it. I do have a GitHub setup. No, I don't. I don't know what that is. I don't really know what you mean by that. Oh my god, are you telling me TERFs aren't real feminists? Yes, that is exactly what I'm saying. So, this is a long segment about transphobia getting out of hand, and it really is getting out of hand. I'm learning JavaScript.
I don't know about you, but excluding women from women's prisons just because they've got penises, male pattern baldness, and have committed a couple of seems awfully turfy to me. Male pattern baldness, much like regular transphobes, and I argue, by the way, that the term TERF is essentially meaningless because J.K.
Yes. Very nice, Vosh. See, Vosh is getting to the same conclusion. Also, keep in mind, cis women struggle with hair loss as well. It's not talked about as much. It's not common. It's not as common, but cis women can also struggle with hair loss. And I'm not even going to go into the whole thing that trans women that take estrogen usually reverse any sort of male pattern baldness, because quote unquote male pattern baldness is sort of related to hormones. So, that's a whole different topic. And also have committed a couple of rapes is really dishonest language, because not everybody goes to jail for rape. What if a trans woman shoplifts from the store and gets arrested and goes to prison? What? The trans woman automatically is a person that committed a few rapes? This is ridiculous. This is just horribly dishonest language, It's a patriarchy thing where men are seen as inherently, essentially violent and threatening. Ridiculous.
Rowling isn't a feminist. She pals around almost entirely with far-right people, with fascists, with neo-Nazis.
Yeah, exactly. She's not a feminist at all. She's so far from being a feminist that you could not go any further from a feminist. What if you go to prison for like tax fraud? Well, you know. You should have just asked J.K. Rowling that, right? People who suddenly care about prison rape when trans women are involved, even though they are barely part of the problem, are the most hypocritical pieces of poop I've come across. Like, there are prisons for people who just commit financial crimes and aren't violent, you know? Like, keep in mind that people go to prison for petty crimes. People go to prison for being caught with weed or for shoplifting from a store, which is actually a big problem in Poland because more and more people cannot afford food. I recently read an article in which the person said, I stole food from a store that had cameras because I figured that I could at least eat before the cops come, you know? That I could at least fill my stomach before the cops arrive to arrest me. Like, this is basically the desperate logic of the poorest people in society that just want to they don't care if the camera catches them. They get as much food as they can, they eat, and they just wait for the cops to arrive. But at least with a full stomach, you know? That's basically what poverty creates, you know? And they openly talked about it when interviewed for the article in the magazine. You know?
She was replying positively to CatTurd02 on Twitter the other day. She said positive stuff about Matt Walsh before. Like, the idea that she has a feminist inclination. Not
Oh,
even
yeah.
more like a weaponization of feminism for an already conservative.
She did pal around. She praised his documentary, What is a Woman? So, yeah.
Agenda. But anyway, the male pattern baldness thing, much like regular transphobes, the actual argument here is to evoke in your mind a kind of negative caricature of trans women, which serves to make you feel disgust. I've always argued this, but I really...
Yeah, and this is also reducing people to biology 100%, you know? You can do this to many groups of people, just draw this caricature, right?
I do think we're kind of reaching the singularity here, where all anti-trans arguments are essentially the same as those Wojaks that unhinged pollsters post on Twitter with, like, the soy Wojak with, like, the blue hair who's killing themselves or something. Or they have, like, the tits, but, like, a dick bulge or what. Like, it all comes back to a grossly drawn soy jack at the end of the day. That is their argument. It's not at all dissimilar to the way that if you take a look at a lot of anti-Semitic forums online, their primary form of communication seems to be them posting back and forth the Happy Merchant drawing. You remember the drawing, right? The one where...
But I really think it's about time we got more aggressive in our pushback against the so-called trans-exclusive radical feminists, you know? I think we should be getting more aggressive and assertive when it comes to calling it out, calling them not feminists, not allies to women, you know?
This hand pose and the exaggerated hook nose and such and such. Why do Nazis love that drawing so much, I wonder? Well, I think it's because it's a fairly straightforward depiction of the actual stupidity and cruelty of their beliefs. Like, their actual beliefs aren't, you know, a well-reasoned deconstruction of the influence Jewish people have in society, because A, they're too stupid to understand anything like that, and B, they never bothered to begin with. Nobody who ever went after black people did so because they had some well-researched and exhaustive breakdown of data to indicate that black people are bad or whatever. They did it because they were stupid and angry and hated black people.
Yeah.
You go talk to your average racist from 1840, and they're not going to give you a...
And also, there's also the other thing to it, right? Being stupid and hateful makes it easy to use dehumanize people and use them as pawns, as stepping stones to gaining power. Because pointing your finger at a group and saying they are to blame for the bad things that are happening is the easiest way to sort of gain support, to gain power, and to make your situation and position better at the expense of others.
Oh, well...
It's a very traditional method.
Reason dissertation on the origin of man and how, in line with Darwinian principles. 1840, is that too early for Darwin? I don't know. The subspecies of man must be kept there. They're not going to say that. They're going to spit at you and say the N-word. And likewise, if you take transphobes today and you ask them, hey, why do you have an issue with trans people? They're not going to give you any data on the 6 trans women in women's prison.
Always, because they are not biologically, you see, and then it means that there's this sanctity of the space of the sex. This all incoherent nonsense.
Prisons in all of England and Wales. They're not going to make a well-reasoned argument. They're going to essentially just post that Wojak over and over and over again.
Yeah.
Anyway, female ex-prisoner in Scotland describes the daily reality of being forced to share shower areas and cells with trans women convicted of domestic abuse and murder. This is the very definition of cruel and degrading punishment. Because she definitely never had to share any shower areas and cells with cis women convicted of domestic abuse and murder. See, again, notice how the argument being made here. So, first of all, again, so this is Scotland, not England and Wales, so it's not 6. It's probably, 12 women or whatever. So yeah, was she, attacked? I haven't read this. Maybe I'll get epically owned in one fell swoop. A former prisoner has told how she went through hell after being forced to share a shower block with violent trans inmates. She was so terrified of being raped and ending up pregnant, she felt compelled to have a contraceptive coil fitted while behind bars. The mum of 4, locked up with 2 trans prisoners, one convicted of murder, the other for domestic violence, accused Nicola Sturgeon of serving up women to predators on a rainbow platter to Scotland's jails. Oh, so nothing happened.
Yeah, nothing happened. It's like, it's basically ridiculous fear-mongering, you know? I'm gonna be honest. The solution to this quote-unquote problem is easy. In shower places, install individual stalls. In toilets, install individual stalls in toilets. You know, in Vietnam, when I went to Vietnam, we went to a place that had a swimming place, by the sea, and there was a changing area for people. And do you know what it was? That's right. It was a series of isolated stalls. It was not segregated by sex, quote unquote, at all. Every single person went to their little separated, isolated stall to change. There we go. This is the solution, you know? Why should a woman be forced to undress before, other women? You know? It's a matter of privacy, right? Not everyone is just comfortable to get undressed in front of strangers. But you know what? People like the so-called trans-exclusive radical feminists do not care about stuff like that. They do not care, you know?
So, in other words, nothing happened.
They don't care.
What a wonderful case study to indicate the mental state of UK transphobes here. 72,000 likes on this, opening with, I was spooked. And don't get me wrong, prison's a scary place, but you're going to have to demonstrate to me that what's happening here is a product of trans people specifically. You would need...
Like in a prison, you are spooked of everyone. Like why? Is this person really gonna make a case that other female inmates, like biological quote-unquote women, that she felt safe around them? Like, come on.
to
Get outta
suggest
here.
that trans people are more predisposed to violence in women's prisons than cis women are. No such data
Exactly.
exists, of course.
Yeah, of course it doesn't exist.
Obviously. Because if it did, I would know about it. It doesn't. We do, however, have data on trans women in men's prisons. That is to say, they're near constantly. Which means that the decision to keep trans women in men's prisons rather than women's prisons is an objectively pro decision. My whole time in prison was on constant high alert. My nerves were frazzled with fear. These incredibly violent men were walking around the communal shower naked and sometimes clearly aroused. Myself and other women were in cubicles with only a curtain to protect us, so they just were walking around the shower area. I was shaking with fear. In the end, I went to a prison clinic and had a coil fitted because I believed I could be at any time. I didn't want one. I felt forced to do it. So you did it of your own will, but you didn't want one? There was around 40 prisoners, and 2 of them were trans. Neither appeared to be women. They dressed as men. They didn't wear... They dressed as men? You're in...
They dressed as men. You're not allowed to dress as you wish in prison. You have a prison outfit. What does that mean? They dressed as men. Wore makeup? Since when are you allowed to wear makeup in prison?
prison. What clothing are you... You're in prison. What clothing are you given? What? What, did they give them the men's prison's uniform? UK doesn't have the same prison outfits. So what? They were like, oh, for you two trans women have these male jumpsuits?
Like, it's not like people choose what to wear in prison.
What? They didn't wear makeup. Are you allowed makeup in I thought prison makeup was like this, like, smuggle in stuff to look pretty thing. I mean,
Exactly.
This is more of an American prison thing, but like
what?
How many cis women in there were wearing makeup?
This is ridiculous. We're gonna look into this right now because prison outfits in the UK. This is ridiculous. What do prisoners wear in UK prisons? Some prisons require prisoners to wear a uniform which will be provided to the prisoner. In addition, a prisoner does not have enough clothes in prison has to provide them with suitable clothing to keep them clean and warm. This includes underwear and socks. Can you wear what you want in prison UK? Clothing. At basics incentive level, you will only be allowed prison issue clothing in line with local allowances. At higher incentive levels, you may be allowed your own clothing. This will differ in different prisons and may only be allowed for those on enhanced level and above in your prison. Okay. So, in most cases, no, you cannot wear what you want. Can you wear makeup in UK prisons? Do female prisoners get bras? So you don't even have you're not even allowed to wear a bra. Can inmates wear makeup? Most state and county facilities provide less, primarily mascara and liner, so inmates regularly concoct their own makeup. There you go. There you go.
So notice the language here. Like, okay, so we're all 38 of the cis women here in makeup, and there were just two. Like the way the description here is made to sound like it's like you have 38 like dainty women, and then you
Yeah.
have like two like guys called like Jack and Horner, okay, walking around with their giant lat spread, you know, like, and all 38 of them are wearing high heels and like little 50s dresses and makeup and stuff, and the other two are
True.
wearing like what, biker leather.
True.
Honestly, I had no idea with prison makeup. It's a whole thing. This is the UK uniform? What? It's just sweats?
Mhm.
Really? Oh. Damn. This is such a gendered outfit. Got like all, listen, okay? When all the women in the prison were wearing this, all right, they looked very dainty and feminine, and they were all wearing makeup and high heels. But then there were the two trans women who were both
Yeah, we had one of those on my landing. His cell was empty of stuff, and he had to wear the jumpsuit. And outside his cell, he tried to escape from guard. Apparently, oh,
both 8 feet tall, and actually they were both wearing, I don't know, but they were both wearing like, I was about to think like, what's the most masculine stupid article of clothing I can think of, and the first thing I thought in my mind was boxing gloves. So yes, there
boxing
were
gloves.
trans women walking around the showers with erections and boxing gloves. Yes. All the women who were forced to be in that prison with these people were vulnerable in different ways. Many of them have been the victims of male violence, irrespective of their own offending. Damn, but a lot of them have also been the victims of female violence. So,
Yeah.
what's your point? Wow, that's seriously it. Literally, her account, her actual literal account here is...
It's nothing, as
I was
always.
scared, but nothing happened.
Yeah.
That was actually genuinely, authentically the entirety of this article. The rest of it just goes on to talk about law stuff. Okay,
So it's
great.
not a
No
bunch
trans
of
women in
nothing.
Female jail have a history of violence against women in Scotland. This is in Scotland, yeah. Because there's like 5 trans women and female. There's not that many. There's not that many trans women who get arrested for shit. That just sounds like white lady scared a black dude because black. Oh, if you want to draw historical comparisons,
Yeah,
what is
let's
being
go.
talked about here is identical to what was written and said after integration, after desegregation.
Yeah.
Literally unequivocally the exact same thing with no differences. White women didn't want black women in women's spaces because they thought that black women were more violent, more muscular, more prone to you know, like
Some people still think that, by the way. Some people still think that.
initiating confrontations, whatever. And the same arguments were made about black people in white spaces generally. And they would do the exact same thing that J.K. Rowling here is doing, where rather than make arguments or defer to data, they would make these like off-hat, intuition-based arguments that do nothing but reinforce the Wojak building in the mind of the bigot. Joanne also publicly endorsing an anti-choice as well. She's very concerned with women's rights.
Right.
Casey Triller, I said I love J.K. Rowling. Just followed you. Welcome to my club. Women won't be liberated until we're free from abortion. From Kaylee Triller.
What? Seriously? Like, many women, like, I talked about this before, but many women were forced to, by the way, into abortions, illegal abortions, because they worked 16 hours per day during pregnancy. So they were forced into abortion because they knew they would not be able to take care of the child.
Hands Across the Aisle Coalition from Kaylee Triller. Haver committed
Women will not be liberated until they will be free of bodily autonomy. Got it. Got it.
statutory rape of a teenage boy and became pregnant while working as a youth counselor for a Christian organization. Before founding HATAC, Haver was the communication director for Just Want Privacy, a campaign to repeal a law in Washington state that allows transgender people to use the bathrooms corresponding to their identity. Just Want Privacy was... Yeah, nice.
Yeah, super nice.
Rumor, anti-choice, conservative. Damn, only the best people in this camp. J.K. Rowling will accept literally anyone of any...
Welcome to my club. Yep, I really dodged a bullet by not reading any Potter books, by not watching a single movie, by not playing a single mediocre game. I really I'm really happy that I made that choice as a young teen. Okay? Like I said, if you want an interview with an ex-prisoner, I'll happily give you one sometimes when I feel up to it. Okay, we can talk about it, and we can, if you feel like you're okay doing it, then we can work out a schedule.
Any political disposition as long as they hate trans people. It is the broadest tent possible as long as you want to genocide trans people.
Yeah.
And she is pro-rape, 100%. Absolutely she is. If no evidence can be found whatsoever that putting trans women in women's prisons increases the amount of sexual assault, but putting them in men's prisons massively increases it, then the decision to put them in men's prisons is a pro-rape one.
True.
I saw this and this was particularly funny. Same shit, different
Ridiculous. This is nothing alike. Nothing alike. Comparing those two is so ridiculous. It's not even funny, actually.
Just since this one was brought up in what, Parliament or whatever, the idea of like some kind of historical synchronicity being drawn between the anti-suffragettes and this image. It's fine because she raped a white non woman. Yeah, J.K. Rowling doesn't care. Listen, J.K. Rowling literally wrote...
This is a cute but also pretty funny image. I saw it.
Back when all this was starting, a little like blog essay or whatever, where she was extremely clear, where she said like, my dislike of trans people is that I repressed my gender incongruence when I was young. I was sexually abused by a man and I never got over it. I am traumatized, and like that's it. She just said it. It's not like armchair analysis. She just said it. It's right there. She just admitted all of it. The entirety of the anti-trans movement is being headed by
This is very funny. This is a very funny image.
someone who is just like straightly feels over.
I want, let's not rush it, right? When you feel like it, we can make it happen.
Reels. And meanwhile, mind you, I remember no conservative has ever cared about the state of prisoners or of prison ever up until right now over the state of
That's right.
6 trans women in women's prisons.
Just like nobody cared
Male
about,
on male joke.
just like nobody cared about women's sports before the trans women in sports came up,
In prison have been a non-stop subject of mirth and amusement for them.
True.
They do not give a shit about male guards, female prisoners in
True.
female prison. I remember back when Orange is the New Black came out. Remember the
I remember.
Netflix show that started good and got worse with time, where you had the porn stash guard guy or whatever
never
that
watched
set off
it,
a
but-
bunch of discourse on like the treatment of female prisoners and stuff. I remember conservatives would lose their mind over the idea that female prisoners had any right to complain. Was it the Democratic candidate for governor in Florida who said that they needed to make it a priority to give air conditioning in their prisons so that prisoners wouldn't, die of heat stroke? And she got ratioed on Twitter for it because conservatives were like, don't want to die of heat stroke in a concrete cell in the middle of a swamp? Well then, don't steal a candy bar. Dumb.
True.
She got a ton of hate for that because conservatives
Don't
not
care,
about
yeah.
that. They don't care if they're tortured.
Of course, they
conservatives
joke
all
about
pro
it.
Torture, by the way.
They joke
From
about it.
get-go. Don't care about murder. They're evil people. Conservatives are inhumane, disgusting monsters. But now suddenly, 6 trans women in women's prisons. No evidence tied to any of them doing anything wrong in their time here, apparently. And we're just flat out busting out the legislation over this.
Yeah.
We're busting out this legislation so dedicatedly that the English court, Westminster, was it?
Yeah,
Denied
exactly.
Scotland the
It's
ability
all about
to have their own law
It's
guaranteeing
all about scapegoating against a group. It's all about hating a group. It's all about destroying a group. Okay?
easy gender
That's all there
identification
is to
changes
it.
for transgender people.
That's all there is
Because
to
it
it.
would have gotten in the way of England enforcing their rules on their 6 transgender women in women's prisons. The goal.
And it's ridiculous to deny the transgenocide. It's getting more and more ridiculous, even than before. Like, just watch the video that we will go over next, the worst of the videos
here, obviously,
that
is
I
the
have on
eradication
this
of trans people.
subject.
J.K. Rowling wants them dead or gone. In practice, the only way to make an entire group of people gone is either to kill them or to legislate them out of existence so that any expression of their identity is makes their life so intolerable that they might as well just stay in the closet. These are
Right.
both genocidal attitudes. There's nothing really else to it. First time they've ever done that, by the way, using Section 35. Yes, keeping Scottish trans people from easily self-identifying is was so important to England that Westminster blocked Scottish.
Hello, Brina. Fair warning, this is a heavy segment, okay? This like so like I should tell that to everyone. If you don't feel mentally like staying for this one, then you know it might be worth warning that this is like a quite heavy segment, and it will get really heavy after this video, you know.
Law, the first time in decades. It's funnier the same meme was used in by a TERF MP to prove TERF prosecution in the House of Parliament. Yeah, I talked about this. Is she a TERF, by the way, or is she just a regular conservative? This was in Scottish politician minister, Scottish National Party. Oh, apparently she resigned, and then she was elected as the chair. Oh, she resigned from the SNP National Executive Committee, and then was elected as the chair of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights. Lovely. Cherry argued young trans people must be treated like any other children with psychological problems and called for Scotland's only gender identity clinic to be closed. On October 2022, the Daily Telegraph reported that with fellow gender-critical parliamentarians Rosie Duffield from the British Labour Party and Anne Jenkin from the Conservative Party in the House of Lords, she was set up a cross-party biological policy unit.
Biological policy unit. I have been talking about this at length, okay? That the so-called trans exclusionary radical feminists want to undo the work of actual feminists that have spent many generations on decoupling sex from gender. And now, the bigots that pretend to be feminists want to say we need biological policy because they want to reduce womanhood to a biological trait.
Across the public sector that are based on gender identity theory must be documented and scrutinized. Little on the nose there? That's true. That's also true, guys. 6 trans women in women's prisons. 6. Bit grim, huh? Bit grim, innit? If you're watching right now and you
Yeah.
haven't subscribed, you are contributing to the impending genocide of trans people. Well done.
It's true, you should subscribe to me if you can, and you should become a patron if you can, to support my transition effort, because you might not know this, but on Monday I'm gonna visit a doctor. I'm gonna get a special thing, and I might be starting my medications soon, you know. So you too can become a part of it by becoming a Patreon. You too can contribute to a Lucy that is biologically female, you know.
well known that a Vashite coalition is the only thing capable of stopping British parliamentarian turfism. So you have to hit that button. You're like every.
I should press the button. Let me see. Do I have the bell? I have the bell for all. I like this. I like to watch video. And that's it.
person who hits the sub button and rings the bell is like the Tiananmen Square tank guy. What the actual f is up with that Rolling post where she says she might have transitioned in the 80s if she had the means? How is that not a
What?
bigger deal? Because, and I've said this before, every person who
I know what she means. Don't get baited. Do not get baited into J.K. Rowling saying that she would have transitioned if she had the means in the 80s. Do you know what she means when she says it? what Rowling is trying to tell you, and this is like one of the most insidious and dishonest things in the universe, is that if she had the means, then she would have been persuaded by the social contagion to become trans, and if she had the means, she would have been brainwashed into being trans and would have transitioned. This is what she's saying by this, you know?
Is mentally ill, because you, if you're watching me, probably agree with me on a lot of issues. So, but more,
This is what J.K. Rowling means when she says she probably would have transitioned in the 80s if she had the means. Yeah, that is what she's saying. That she would have been indoctrinated, yeah.
specifically with me, conservatives are a hodgepodge of ideological and emotional contradictions and self-hatred, and they will make it your problem. Every conservative black person who grows up hating black people because they like have survivorship bias from growing up in the ghetto, then like getting a lot of money, they will make it your problem. Every conservative gay person who grows up thinking that the LGBTQIA alphabet people are annoying and actually like rebukes every single group that ever made any progress towards their own livelihood, they will make it your problem. Every bit of self-hate from every minority that ever became a member, any conservative advocacy group, your problem now. You know, people will literally become conservatives instead of getting therapy.
Yeah.
A lot of them are just grifters, but, you know. Hey, Vosh, looks like that cis woman prisoner from the article was in there for assault. So where does she get off complaining about being locked up with violent... I just can't believe they made an entire article, which was this bitch...
Exactly. Like a person that assaults others says that, you know. No, I doubt that J.K. Rowling is an egg. I think that she's basically just saying this is indoctrination, and if I had the means in the 80s, I would have been indoctrinated into doing this as well. You know? It's possible. It's possible. Like, it's impossible to know 100% one way or the other, but either way, at best, we would have had a very rich and very successful Blair White on our hands. If J.K. Rowling transitioned, we would have like a super rich and privileged Blair White or Taftaj, basically.
Like, oh, I feared for my life. She didn't list any threats. She didn't list anything. Those two trans women in that prison never laid a hand on her and never said shit to her, because if they had, she would have had it written down in the article. Literally. They didn't do anything. They didn't even look at her funny, because if they did, she would have had it written down in the article. Anything on their from their behavior that could have been considered even remotely problematic would have been written down, and yet nothing was. Only that she was scared because they were not dressing like women
and aroused
in their unisex prison fatigues, or sorry, in their unisex prison sweats, and they didn't wear makeup. Must protect scared white women. Oh, and don't get me wrong, guys. There's a reason why every single cis woman who fears for her life whenever she has to breathe the same air a trans woman exhaled is white. And the reason for that is because they're playing on the exact same set of fears and paranoia that they did with the Muslim groomer panic crisis. It's all the same white nationalist bullshit. It all comes right back to it. Look at this poor, fearful white woman to whom nothing is happening. Now, wouldn't you hate it if a Muslim, scratch out, immigrant, scratch out, black freed slave, scratch out?
And even then, keep in mind that, as Vosh said before in this video, most cis women are pro-trans.
Transgender woman, scratch out, did something to hurt them? Same thing every single time. That's not really true, Vosh. In my community, there are plenty of POC. I'm not talking about whether...
Yeah, I agree, Karasu. I think Rowling subscribes to the idea that young girls are too easily manipulated to be trans due to societal pressures. Yeah, that is a big part of the rhetoric. The irreversible damage, the social contagion.
whether or not the transphobes themselves are POC. I'm talking about whether or not the rhetoric and attitudes and policy being implemented here are being done in the same way with the same rhetoric as with the fear of the white woman being hurt or whatever. Same goddamn shit.
But again, at the same time, keep in mind most cis women are pro-trans, you know? TERFs are not a big group. TERFs simply go straight to legislation. They are very vocal, they're very aggressive, and they go straight to trying to change laws, trying to affect legislature. This is what TERFs do. And now we go to the worst video of them all, like the thing that basically cements that there is a genocide happening in the US. Donald Trump wants to erase trans rights. And this title is not even an exaggeration. You know? This title is not even an exaggeration. Let me see if I can change your... There we go. To find the video. Donald Trump trans rights 2024. Trump's 24 strategy to dehumanize trans people. But I want to find the original speech. Do you have the speech? We will watch it here.
The left-wing.
There we go. This is the original video, right? This is the original video, right? Like, this is like if anyone has made an argument that we cannot see intent, then I think this puts the whole thing to bed, right? I don't think anybody's gonna argue that the trans genocide is not a thing after this. Actually, somebody should like add someone like Lonerbox and ask if his positions maybe have shifted a bit about the genocide topic after this little speech, right? Because this is just ridiculous.
The left-wing gender insanity being pushed on our children is an...
The left-wing gender insanity being pushed on our children. And this is always the go-to argument, that it's pushed on the children because we have to protect the children from them being themselves. We have to... What people like Donald Trump means when he says that those things being pushed on our children, when Donald Trump says we need to protect children, what he actually means, and this is not a conspiracy theory, conservatives say it outright openly, when Donald Trump says we need to protect the children, what he means is we need to protect our property. We need to protect our property from being messed with. We need to protect our property from being changed in any way without our, without us agreeing to it, you know? Conservatives treat children as their personal property. And they are very open and very vocal about it.
An act of child abuse.
Child abuse is when what Donald Trump describes as child abuse is when a child is able to be themselves, you know? When a child says, "Mother, father, I want to dress in a certain way, I want to be called in a certain way," and parents support their child in that endeavor. This is what Donald Trump describes as children abuse. Do you know what Donald Trump does not describe as child abuse? Donald Trump would not describe as child abuse hitting children. He would not describe forcing underage girls to give birth as child abuse. Those things he would not describe as child abuse. But gender affirming care, parents supporting their children in their discovery of their identity, that is child abuse, according to Donald Trump. You know?
Simple. Here's my plan to stop the chemical, physical, and emotional mutilation of our youth.
Chemical, physical, and emotional mutilation of our youth. So, puberty blockers give children time to decide if they want to pursue transition. So, it is not a permanent change. It is reversible, unlike what Donald Trump or Stephen would have you believe. I have no idea what emotional mutilation means. If anything, emotional abuse is when parents refuse to support their children in their identity. That is the real emotional abuse. And no surgeries are being performed on underage children. So that's just a flat out lie. Right?
On day one, I will revoke Joe Biden's cruel policies.
Cruel policy, because when you say the words cruel, when you say the words abuse, when you say the words mutilation, it speaks to the imagination. It makes people think that there must be something wrong going on. And the people that create this sort of this sort of thought will start popping out in people's minds, and they will not look it up. They will just believe Trump on his word. Women in poverty who can't access abortion bring children into the world who will live in poverty, therefore anti-abortion laws are child abuse and abusing the rights of women. Yeah, of course.
On so-called gender-affirming care.
On so-called gender-affirming care. There you go. And we go back to the fact that some people call gender-affirming care highly new and highly experimental. And those people support the Trump rhetoric.
Ridiculous. A process that includes giving kids puberty blockers, mutating their physical appearance.
Puberty blockers, mutating their physical appearance. There you go. Totally unhinged language describing transitioning from one set of gender characteristics to the other as mutating. Regular puberty mutates your body, quote unquote. Regular puberty is mutating your body. This is ridiculous language. And also keep in mind, puberty blockers do not change your secondary sexual characteristics. They just buy you time to decide if you want to transition or not. Also, transitioning does not mutate your body. It just gives you the secondary sexual characteristics of the gender that you want to be. Right? That is what's happening here. We continue.
and ultimately performing surgery on minor children. Can you believe this?
And ultimately performing surgery on minor children. Can you believe this? This is an outright lie. But let's not just believe my word for it. Do minors receive gender affirming surgery? Do minors receive the gender affirming surgery? What the sense on gender affirming care for transgender? I cannot read, this is paywalled. Transition-related surgery limited to teens, not young kids. Quote unquote, they are literally chopping off the private parts of young kids. Transition-related surgery limited to teens, not young kids. Even then, it's rare. If your time is short, we found no examples of young kids receiving transition-related surgery. The Florida Department of Health differentiates between children under 10 and adolescents between 10 and 18. DeSantis' office provided PolitiFacts with 2 cases involving adolescents. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis suspended Hillsborough State Attorney Andrew Warren in part for signing a pledge against the criminalization of gender-affirming health care. Although Florida has not enacted any law prohibiting transgender medical treatment for children, DeSantis cited Warren's pledge not to prosecute doctors who offer these services as evidence of his neglect of duty. DeSantis has mocked the term gender-affirming care, which the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services says can include medical, surgical, and mental health services for transgender and non-binary people. Right? When you have the 2021 letter saying, no matter what a state declares about protecting child welfare with respect, I mean, you know, they use these euphemisms, DeSantis said at an August 4th press briefing, announcing the suspension, but what it is they're literally chopping off the private parts of young kids, and that's wrong. I disagree. Minors did very much for a long time receive gender-affirming surgery. When you talk about intersex people, often they had been coerced to have those, like that they have cancer to remove testicles in their stomach. True. But keep in mind, Karasu, that the people we are talking about, they do not consider that gender-affirming care. They consider that just making them normal, quote unquote. You know, this is what they would call it, and it's disgusting, because keep in mind, everybody, that in those bills that ban gender affirming care, the surgery that Karasu has described are made exempt. All the bills that will ban trans health related surgery will made an exemption for the non-binary surgeries at birth, the non-consensual ones, you know? So they want to ban trans people from having surgery, but they want to keep doing the non-consensual surgeries on intersex people. Okay? They want to keep doing it. And this is the perfect moment for me to say that we should absolutely join in protesting against it. This isn't the first time DeSantis suggested that young kids in the US receive transition-related surgeries. DeSantis criticized these procedures in August deferred conference. They want to castrate these young boys. That's wrong. We stood up and said, from the health and children's well-being perspective, you don't disfigure 10, 12, 13-year-old kids based on gender dysphoria. See, this is the same language as Trump. We found no examples of doctors literally chopping off the private parts of young kids, as DeSantis said. That is not true under any existing medical guidelines, said Dr. Jack Turban, assisting professor of child and adolescent psychiatry at the University of California, San Francisco. No medical or surgical interventions are considered for prepubertal children. The governor's office sent PolitiFact 2 examples of people who received transition-related surgeries in their mid to late teenage years, one at 15 and one at 17. The DeSantis Florida Department of Health differentiates between children under 10 and adolescents 10-18. Right? In one case, DeSantis provided an individual from California received masculinizing chest surgery at 15. Under existing California law, an insurer cannot deny coverage for the surgery, which includes double mastectomies based on patient's age alone. The procedure is mostly offered to teenagers 15 and older, the New York Times reported. However, we found one report of a 14-year-old who obtained the procedure. There isn't a consensus on a specific age requirement among medical guidelines. The other case involved Jazz Jennings, a transgender woman who stars in reality television show on TLC. Jennings received genital reassignment surgery at 17. Genital reassignment surgery should be reserved for those 18 and older according to guidelines for the medical care of transgender patients developed by the Endocrine Society and the World Professional Association for Transgender Health, or WPATH. So basically, Trump just lied to us. Trump just lied to us. Trump just lied to us, like conservatives just lied and do not care. They know that the people that listen to them will never fact check what they are saying, so they will lie about body mutations, they will lie about horrible disfiguring surgeries, and create their own reality that they will push in order to, along the way, strip people of rights.
I will sign a new executive order instructing every federal agency to cease all programs that promote the concept of sex and gender transition at any age.
There you go. There you have it. First, he starts with saying, we need to protect the children. Children are being mutilated. Children are being mutated. And then he continues to say, I will sign a new, let's hear it again.
I will then ask Congress to permanently stop Congress to any age. I will then transition concept of sex and gender transition at any age. That to cease all programs that promote the order instructing every this. I will sign a new executive order.
See, he will sign a new executive order that will basically ban all forms of transition at any age. So all of that talk about needing to protect children was utter bullshit. It was just to create an emotional response within the audience. It was to emotionally prime the audience, and it was done by using lies, keep in mind. And then he he just proceeds to say, I will sign a new executive orders that will just ban transition at any age.
Instructing every federal agency to cease all programs that promote the concept of sex and gender transition at any age.
At any age. So he actually used he actually used very specific language here. Executive order is basically a thing that I'll show you. What is an executive order? One of the most common presidential documents in our modern government is an executive order. Every American president has issued at least one, totaling more than, as of this writing, 13,731 since George Washington took office in 1789. Media reports of changes made by executive order to come rarely explain what the document is or other technical details such as why or how. They seem to be instant law, at times steeped in controversy. Here, Teaching Legal Docs tries to unpack these sometimes controversial legal documents produced by the executive branch of the US government. What it is, what it isn't. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so I don't need to read this. So yeah. So basically, Trump actually used fairly specific language here. He said he will ban sex affirming care and gender affirming care. So what he means is that he will ban medical transition for all ages, but he's also actually saying that he will also ban all social transition at all ages, which will probably include things like wearing the clothing of the opposite gender, quote unquote, and acting like a woman or like a man. All of that he will want to ban in some way or in one way or the other. Okay?
I will then ask Congress to permanently stop federal taxpayer dollars from being used to promote or pay for these procedures.
In other words, I will stop trans healthcare from being. They will stop trans healthcare from being, from being covered in right. It won't be covered by healthcare, basically, is what he's saying. Either hide or die. Yeah, that's right. We'll just continue this. We won't be switching to the premiere. This is a bit important.
And pass a law prohibiting child sexual mutilation in all 50 states. It'll go very quickly.
In all 50, so he wants to ban trans right in the whole country. He wants to ban social transition. He wants to ban medical transition. And he wants transitioning medicine. Like he wants medically transitioning not to be covered by healthcare. So he wants you to pay for everything out of pocket. Right?
Declare that any hospital or healthcare provider that participates in the chemical or physical mutilation of minor youth.
Returning to talking about children, even though he clearly said that he will ban all transition at all ages.
Will no longer meet federal health and safety standards for Medicaid and Medicare.
So doctors will be bullied out of helping. They will be prosecuted for helping people.
Will be terminated from the program immediately. Furthermore, I will support
Doctors will risk their licenses. Translation: doctor will risk their licenses if they help people and provide them gender-affirming care.
Creation of a private right of action for victims to sue doctors who have unforgivably performed these procedures on.
So, in other words, this gives the tools for bigoted parents to sue doctors that help their children.
Minor children. The Department of Justice
This is a tool for bigoted parents. Let's not mince words about it. This is a tool for parents who hate the idea of their children being trans, and they will sue the doctors for trying to help.
will investigate Big Pharma and the big hospital networks to determine whether
Oh yeah, the big pharma, the big business, because we know that trans people are such a big market.
they have deliberately covered up horrific long-term side effects of sex transitions in order to get rich at the expense
Sex transition in order to get rich. In order to get rich. The trans community is like what? 1% of the population, and suddenly we get this rhetoric of big pharma getting rich because trans people are suddenly such a huge market. You know?
of vulnerable patients, in this case, very vulnerable.
Vulnerable patients who want to be themselves.
We'll also investigate whether Big Pharma or others have illegally marketed hormones and puberty blockers.
The whole big pharma angle is ridiculous. Very, like, yeah, oh yes. The best way to get rich from the big pharma is to help people transition. Like, this is the most transparently ridiculous claim right there. Claiming that there is some scheme by the big pharma to get rich by providing gender-affirming care.
Which are in no way licensed or approved for this use. My Department of Education will inform states and school districts that if any teacher or school official suggests to
So not only doctors will be persecuted for wanting to help, also teachers will be persecuted for wanting to help children and accept their identities.
child that they could be trapped in the wrong body, they will be faced with severe consequences, including potential civil rights violations for sex discrimination. And
So in other words, affirming someone's identity is sex discrimination.
the elimination of federal funding. As part of our new credentialing body for teachers,
This big pharma narrative is important because it can reach towards uninformed people such as left-leaning persons. Yeah, I know. Unfortunately, I know.
we will promote positive education about the nuclear family, the role
We will provide the positive education about the role of the nuclear family. So there it is. It's very transparent what's going on here. They want to... This is what I've been talking about when I did the tariff segment before. Like, this will be a joint segment. All of this is a joint segment. But I've said this before. They want to reduce people to their reproductive function. They want to lock them into fixed roles, especially to the 19th century model of the nuclear family, because the nuclear family is actually not a very traditional model. Ironically enough, is a very young model that arose in the 19th century due to the industrialization. But people like conservatives and Donald Trump do not care about that. They have their conservative model, and you will
roles of mother
fall in line.
mothers and fathers,
Feminine cis men and masculine cis women are absolutely fair game and acceptable casualties to these people, of course.
and celebrating rather than erasing the things that make men and women different and unique. I will ask Congress
There you go.
to pass a bill establishing I will ask Congress to pass men and women the roles of mothers and fathers.
The roles of mothers and fathers. So basically, enforcing the patriarchy. And if people like Trump will try to start talking about the roles of mothers and fathers that have been always part of the human experience, keep in mind that at the same token, women not being treated as human and being denied citizenship was also part of those traditional gender roles.
And celebrating rather than erasing the things that make men and women different and unique. I will ask Congress to
Celebrating rather than erasing what make men and women unique. Translation, man and woman must be basically reduced to their biology, reduced to their reproductive function, and nothing more matters.
pass a bill establishing that the only genders recognized by the United States government are male and female, and that
Male and female are not genders, male and female are sexes, right? So this is ridiculous on its face. Man and women are not, male and female are not genders. Man and women are genders.
they are assigned at birth. The bill will also make clear that Title IX prohibits men from participating in women's sports.
There you go. So basically excludes trans women because to him trans women are men.
And we will protect the rights of parents from being forced to allow their minor child to assume a gender which is new and an identity without the parents' consent.
Nobody forces parents, by the way.
The identity will not be new, and it will not be without parental consent.
What? Now this is just incoherent nonsense. The identity will not be new and it will not be without the parents' consent. This I don't even understand.
No serious country should be telling its children that they were born with the wrong gender, a concept that was never heard of in all of human history. Nobody
That's a lie. That's a total BS lie. Like the concept of trans people has been known for many years in many cultures. So that's a blatant lie.
has ever heard of this, what's happening today.
That's not true. In fact, as we have discussed many times before, when the Nazis took power in the 30s, first thing they did a book burning of trans affirming healthcare related books.
It was all when the radical left invented it just a few years ago.
Oh yes, trans rights were the topic of trans people was invented a few years ago by the left, even though studies on the topic go back to the 30s and beyond.
Under my leadership, this madness will end. Thank you very much.
There you go, there you have it. Like, you cannot be more straightforward about it. Okay, let me see. My internet died. Seems that we have managed to finish the video, you know? So we have managed to finish the video, so that's okay. Okay. So I'm gonna go to the toilet real quick, and then we will continue the stream, okay? Alright. So yeah, become a Patreon if you can. This has been a bit of a heavy segment, but you know, unfortunately, it is what it is. And now I will be going to the toilet, and I'll be right back. Get more giggles, and we will continue, okay? We will relax a bit, and then we'll go to the next thing. I'll be right back. I have returned. I'll even eat and see where those bathroom laws happened. The separation of toilets literally comes from misogyny in the first row. Like, as I said before, the solution to all of those quote-unquote problems is basically just making bathrooms full of separate stalls, showers separated into stalls, and all of the problems with privacy are solved for everybody across the board. You know? Does that make sense? So now we will do a little bit of relaxation for us to, you know, to catch a break. Return of the Duck. Karasu, I will show you the... Do you know this game, Karasu? I'll show you, okay? Are you ready? For the giggling? Look at this. Ramza. Ability. Learn. Thief. Steal heart. Steal experience. Secret hunt. I feel beta monster. Oh. Oh. Vanessa is a monk. Archer. Wizard. Ah. So we play a level and then we will do shot logic. Sigma magic. Don't move, float. Ooh, float. Fitting room. The music will relax you. Ooh! With a red hood. I'm actually super rich now. Fitting room. Okay. Oh, check tabloid as I call him. Yeah, he's a tabloid. We'll take a look at him. There's a new thing regarding Chad Logic. Chad Logic! I'm gonna do the British accent, mates. It's more of like a ridiculously hilarious segment that we are now experiencing when it comes to Chad Logic. Okay? Boom. Okay, we are ready. We'll do some fighting. We will do some fighting and then we will enter the Chad Nation. Chad Logic. You ready? Are you ready, mates? You ready? To fight the insanity of the leftoids? No, I think he's being a discount UK the quartering, if anything. How do you like the music? Quack, 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 quack. British quartering, except he's doing less media coverage and more drama? Yeah, true. But they are both equally bad. Because when the quartering does media coverage, it's just usually crying about people of color in media. Layer upon layer, make your mark now. Haste. Haste. Yank. Boy, mate. Is mutual logic. I'm on my left days because they were nice to me this time one time. But Ash Lucy Azet, yeah, true. In it though. Come on, giggling. Come on, mates. Giggling is my past hobby. Or have you know? Come on, mates. Come on. Giggling and whatnot. Fellow gigglers. A chud is a thin-skinned body can take a shred of perceived disrespect. It's true. I have to agree with this assessment, giggler. Come on. Okay, Auson, Radus, Garukorai. Proteus. Okay, we'll just... Oh, DVDs out from that thing skin especially where he explains things, yeah. We will go over that video together as a family. Family. Is that okay, mates? Is that okay? I think it's okay. More than okay. Da da da. Oh no. Well, you're gonna be wondering what I have to say about it, right? Giggling. Balls 2. Yank, yank. Missed! Oh no. These enemies are tough. Kaftaj. Aha! Did you listen to the interview with the Sandy Hook lawyer on the Serbs channel? It's very good. I have not. Should I? I should, shouldn't I? Uh-oh. But first we will do the Chella Jack. You know what I mean? Attack. Inida. High potion. Hmm. Jab level up. Oof. What? How did this happen? Oh damn. Now I'm in trouble all of a sudden. What the heck? And I haven't even saved. And I just got my own butt kicked. What a game. What a game, I can't believe this. Inida. I can't believe this! I cannot retreat! You cannot retreat in this game. You can just win or die. Come on! Giggling! Finida. I think I will lose. Oh my gosh. There is no retreat. It's win or die. It's do or die. Ta 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 ta. Okay, let's reset. What the hell happened, Giggles? Such an embarrassment. Speaking of embarrassment, let's look at that Chat Logic video, shall we? Speaking of embarrassing, we have a Chat Logic video to go through. It's okay. Losing is part of life. Let's see if anybody became a Patreon out of pity or gave me a coffee out of pity. If you pity me, then you will give me a coffee. Where is it? Nobody gave me a coffee. Let's see Patreon. So you are familiar with Chat Logic, right? We are all familiar with Chat Logic, correct? Which means that Mindwaves confronts me on leaving the left.
I think that
That cringy old video thing is like,
that is
I
indicative
think,
of. I mean, obviously, this is
you
maybe
know,
Jordan Peterson
true.
argument, but like
I
people are maybe
say,
not engaging fully with my content because
there's nothing to engage here. Why would people engage with the tabloid level content? What? Chad Logic, wake up. Wake up to reality, Chad Logic, please.
I'd say that I probably do focus on lefties more. That's probably fair. I just think that they're having a closeness to them, and also feeling like you're under the thumb of them for so long.
Wake up, Chad Logic.
As I've become freer and freer, it feels great to be able to go, actually, this is stupid, and now I can just say it with my chest. I don't have to worry about, like,
What?
oh, I'm only a 50 viewer Andy, and if I start going out, I think this is a bit wrong, but I better not speak about it because I don't want to lose my audience,
Translation. I was afraid because I wanted to grift to my left-wing audience, but now I am out and proud because I can now just grift to my right-wing audience. There we go. I have done a little bit of transcription of what Logic has said to all of you to understand. Okay? Of 50 viewer Andy. True. That is unironically true. 50 viewer Andy. Demon Mama has a bigger live audience. Regularly.
What's up, my dude?
What is up, my dude? My dude.
Good. I heard that you were passing out on stream, so.
What? No, I'm fine. I'm golden, mate.
What?
all right.
Yeah, add some
come on, let's go.
translation.
Let's make the most of it.
Yeah, I can cam up. Let's see.
Yeah, he's now free to be racing.
Let
Exactly.
me make Snapcam work real quick.
Exactly. That is also true.
Would you cover today?
That is also true.
Oh, I spoke to Brianna Wu earlier. Would you believe it?
I saw something on Twitter about that. Yeah.
Yeah, it was about the Hogwarts stuff.
Oh, okay. About her take, or what was it?
Well, basically, I was going to watch the panel, and I watched some of it, and then someone said, "Oh, she's tweeted about you." And I looked, and she said, "Oh, Chad Logic's watching my panel," and I knew she had some wind of me, but the fact she was putting it like that suggested, like, she knows Chad Logic's content.
Wow, amazing.
Right. Well, that's exciting.
Very.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you always kind of like look for improvements. I think the main criticism I got was I should have pushed back more. But it was
Push back more soy.
Basically, it was a good convo. But she, Brianna Wu isn't quite as severe as some people are saying you're transphobic if you buy the game.
Mm-hmm.
And
if
her
you what?
was kind of annoying and a bit passive.
If you buy the game,
ways, but it wasn't quite as severe as that. But anyway, good convo.
What was the gist of her argument? I'm just curious.
So, her basic point
okay,
was that whether you or not you buy Hogwarts is like some sort of moral test, and she would think less of you for buying it. And it was like, well, what's the kind of harm that would be caused by buying the game? And it was just kind of talking about, you're removing a sense of solidarity that trans people would feel from you standing up saying, I'm not going to buy the game, more or less is what a position is.
Okay.
I got you. Okay. Well, I'll have to check that one out.
Cool.
So I guess we're here to talk about your leaving the left arc, right?
Well, no, you're here to confront me on my leaving the left arc.
Confront. Yes.
Yeah.
Like a little bit of spicy, framing. Never.
No, it's
hurt
fine.
nobody.
Listen, I looked at your title and I was like, is this motherfucker about to blindside me with like a fucking document? Boom! Right, here's the links, you motherfucker. Boom, 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 boom. I'm like, fuck. But
no, I'm
This
never
is-
doing a manifesto again. All right, nobody reads that shit. So.
okay, cool. Yeah, I mean,
Cool.
did you have any questions? Like, what do you want to talk about specifically?
Yeah. So
It's test on many levels. It's a test on your taste in games as well. If you eat up mediocre products like a
I don't know, I've
pelican.
seen you memeing a lot about leaving the left or whatever. I'm not sure if you've talked to anybody about this whole leaving the left thing.
True.
But I haven't seen that if so. And I was just kind of curious, because we like to meme a lot, right? It's hard
Yeah,
to
yeah.
parse how much of this is a meme and how much of this is an actual like progression for you.
Sure. I mean, I can, cut right to the heart of this, really. And
Okay.
put aside the memes for a second. Basically, over
Wow, how generous, Chad Logic. You're gonna put away the memes for a second. Okay, then let's go.
the last, 2 years, I guess, I guess that I've just kind of noted,
Oh,
a level of dishonesty and misrepresentation that I should have done more to call out, in all honesty. At the time,
Oh.
I should have done more to stand up and say, no, this is wrong. But like, I've always been someone that wants to like protect like relationships I've got or something like that. And I've always had a feeling, which I think has turned out to be true,
oh,
that
you've
some of these
always.
people
Oh.
expect you to like not challenge them or disagree with them or something like that.
Oh,
You know?
Yeah.
I don't know.
And I remember when the Demon Mama Riley Grace Rochong thing happened.
Right?
Well, I did actually kind of disagree with like Demon Mama and made some points about it, and that was kind of fairly well received, I guess. But like seeing the kind of backlash off of that and stuff, it just kind of got totally out of control. And it was
What do you
almost like an
mean?
expectation that I had to side against like Destiny and Riley with Demon Mama, but then I could see things that she was doing that I thought was also fucked up.
Are you gonna just give us those vagaries or just gonna give us examples? Because that whole thing was fairly straightforward.
There's other examples like Xander Hall, for example, has made some insane comments about like certain creators that just aren't really based in reality.
Can you give us examples? Oh, oh, he's talking about Shoe on Head, isn't he? Like, that's a bit of a time leap from the Rary Grace Rochong thing to Shoe on Head. That's a bit of like a time jump, time skip.
So I think that like
So-
this is probably it coming to a head in some way.
I say,
I think
I'll
that
say.
the way that Xander Hall kind of like spoke about Sean Head was pretty
There you
crazy,
go.
pretty excessive.
There you go.
and
It seems like people are on the left are willing to increasingly more lately just throw aside their friendships for some amount of clout or something like that, just to
Oh
like,
yeah, it's all about clout. This is such projection. People just throw away those allegiances and friendships for clout or something. I couldn't imagine why.
appear morally superior to somebody else or whatever.
Oh yeah, that's
yeah, that seemed
is
to
that
be
the takeaway?
the case with Xander Hall and Sean Head because
Ah yes.
I don't know if I've spoken about this on stream, but I actually spoke to Sean Head privately in regards to what had happened.
Ah.
And it seems that Xander Hall didn't make any effort or any
Oh yes.
attempts to communicate. It was just like one day, quote tweeted her, went on stream, I'm burning the Sean Head Bridge, and that was it,
Ah yes. Yes, that's right.
And it just seems so crazy.
Crazy.
I think you can criticize Sean Head, right? Like there's definitely things
It's
you can-
crazy. Or maybe one would not like someone creating a content that affects them and their friends, maybe. No, Karas, you're wrong. It's just crazy cloud chasing. Cloud
Of
chasing.
course, yeah.
Take your hair out of those
Massive
clouds.
overreaction
you know?
to what
True.
was like a fairly reasonable comment about it being a bit weird or whatever.
That's not the extent of it, Logic.
So, would you
A little
say
bit
that
of
you've been on the receiving end
dishonesty.
of some of this shit, and that's sort of the
Oh,
reaction, or that's the reason why, like, behind this arc or whatever?
Arc.
I mean,
I mean,
I guess it's tricky because I feel like I have given like some criticism of Demon Mama like
damn it, Mama.
in the part. Like Demon Mama, I remember when she had the
True.
vegan, was it the vegan gains debate? And she
Vegan.
basically called him a pedo.
Pedo.
I
She called him a
and
pedo.
I was like critical of it. I don't know if she got wind of it or something like that.
She called
But
him a
there's been other
pedo.
times where
got
sometimes
wind of
genuinely
it.
through like scheduling or I've not been around to talk about it, and other times I'm just kind of like, God, Demon Mama's getting absolutely fucking roasted. I don't want to
Roasted.
jump on the fucking dog pile because she's getting enough of it. But I maybe haven't, been as forthcoming in criticizing or doing a segment about this
say.
is really stupid, this is really dumb, something like that. But I can't
Yeah.
remember the exact series of events.
Chad Logic. Chad. I should have called them a stupid. Chat Logic, January 23.
Over the DK President Sunday stuff, she
DK.
basically completely sided with President Sunday.
Yeah, because you're like, yeah. What do you mean? Of course she sided with President Sunday because your editor is a horrible piece of crap. Why would she side with your editor DK in any way?
To contact me or be interested to hear my side, and
What do you mean your side? Your editor is being openly fascistic. What do you mean? Like, she didn't even want to hear my side on my boy DK. Demon Mama.
went to watch a video of me talking about Irish travelers, and
Called you racist or something, or what?
yeah, basically,
Yeah,
call
yeah,
me
yeah.
call me racist.
Well, yeah, that's because you were. What do you mean? Or like what? Do you think friendships are when you don't call out racism? What do you mean?
And it was a bit like it was kind of like, hang on a minute, like
Hang on a
bunch of
minute.
fucking dumb shit.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't think any American knows anything about Irish travelers or what the fuck that even means. Like, I'm pretty sure Demon Mama doesn't either. But yeah.
Oh my god, the level of projection on this in this sentence. Oh my, oh me, oh my. I think this is gonna be my this preview bit. This is gonna be my preview bit, you know? When he says this is ay. Yikes, Giggler saying something like that. You want to go back to the beginning? We can. We're at 8:28. Yeah, okay.
I think that that is indicative of. I mean, obviously, this is maybe the Jordan Peterson argument, but like people maybe not engaging fully with my content.
Ah. Yeah, okay. Sorry, I misunderstood you. Yeah, let's go to the beginning of that video. Let's go. This is such a wild claim to say that Mindwave's here saying, because I don't know what Irish travelers are, surely Demon Mama doesn't as well. This is so ridiculous.
Oh, here we go. Now we're gonna see it. Look at this. Oh dear.
Oh dear.
Why have they always got bathtubs? They've always got bathtubs knocking about the place.
They? Who are they?
Oh no. If you think this is bad, you're racist, okay? If you think this is bad, unfortunately, you're just racist.
They're portable bathtubs, I guess.
What's the problem? Do everyone chill out? Stop being so bloody racist.
Wow. Whoa. No, that's we need a Sherlock Holmes. We need to get on this case. Where could the bathtubs come from? Could they come from houses? Interesting. Could the bathtubs come from houses? Could it be? No, surely they come from those campers, right? No, he's gonna talk about it in a second.
If you think this is bad, unfortunately, you're just racist.
They threaten to roll Rich's car.
There's
Yeah, it's
like,
here.
I'm sorry if that comes across racist, but it is just true. They absolutely crime. You know, what else are they going to do? Maybe some manual labor or something like that.
Of not allowing people with typically Irish surnames to make bookings at their resorts. There were some 40 names on the
What the fuck? We've set up some facilities for you. Come on in. Relax. Take a shower. Most of you are going to become racist after watching this, I'm afraid.
Aye. Great. And then my mama just called me racist after watching this video. I had no idea why. How could she stab my back like this? How could my mama stab me in the back like this? She did me so wrong. My gosh. And Mindway, I still can't get over what Mindway said. Like, that I don't know what Irish travelers are, and I'm sure Demon Mama doesn't either. What the hell? Ridiculous. But so on brand of our friend Chad Logic.
I'm pretty sure Demon Mama doesn't either, but yeah.
I'm pretty sure Demon Mama doesn't either.
You know, look, there's definitely, I mean, I think in covering it, there was a comment, and it was literal, like, just far-right commentary, like, genocide shit about them, and it was like, this is fucked, you know? But, like, there are genuine social issues that can occur. I guess the comparable thing would be, like, in LA, you've got, like, Skid Row, right? And, you know, it causes social issues. Like, it doesn't mean you hate homeless people. It's just people that kind of live in that area are like, this fucking sucks. You know, this is really fucking annoying. But then some lefties will criticize you for having an issue. But if you've got some like crack-addled fucking crazy person who happens to be black in your face,
You're being very vague, Chad Logic. You know? There's a difference between saying this individual is annoying and those people just live off of crime. This is what they do. It is what they are, right?
it's fucking shit. That's going to be a shit fucking day for you, right? So yeah, that's that really. So yeah, it was kind of like a bit blindsided, I guess, by it.
Blindsided. Chad was dunking on the activist who was talking of the structural issues about Irish travelers in the video. Yeah, I saw it.
It was like, okay, well, I guess Demon Mama, you know, had no interest. And then in the course of it, she also was dishonest about DMs we'd had. So I felt like I had to kind of clear the record. And well, actually, this is the true nature of what was happening.
Dishonest Demon Mama. I see.
Did you see that Demon Mama streamed about you? Was it yesterday? I think over the recent DK drama or whatever. The
White Nervosa stuff.
Yeah.
Well, I was thinking like, am I going to cover this? Am I not going to cover this?
I was thinking.
I saw that she was like, he's going to cover this, and this is what he's going to do. I was like, do you know what? I'm not going to bother covering this because it's kind of funny.
I'm not gonna lie, I was watching her stream for a little bit.
This is so cowardly on his part, by the way. Like, oh, if she's gonna say I'm gonna do it, then I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it, mates. Because this is funny. So pathetic, Chad Logic. So pathetic.
The funniest part was when she started pulling up your thumbnails and being like, honestly, his thumbnails are just shit. Look at my thumbnails. My thumbnails are awesome. I was like, what the fuck, dude? Are you serious?
I mean, yeah, they are better than Chad Logic's. Anyone's thumbnails are better than Chad Logic's because they're not tabloid level. Yeah, of course. Like, compared to Chad Logic thumbnails, anybody can brag about them being amazing.
Yeah, I heard that there was like a lot of dick measuring about viewership and channel growth.
Yeah, there was. By your editor, tweeting in real time about it. Look at growth, look at me, look at this growth chart. Yeah, there was a lot of dick measuring. Started by your editor.
Stuff. And to me, I just don't really find it a bit cringe. It's like
cringe.
Compare, like, it just seems so pointless. So I've got more viewers than you. I've got more views than you.
Yeah.
Well then rein in your editor because he was the one doing it. Like, It is a bit cringe, isn't it, Logic?
Like if you're gonna criticize DK, like I don't think criticizing his skills as an editor or his thumb making skills is really where you want to make that criticism. Just
Wait, hold on. Mindwave. Should I call them Mindwaves or should I call them Mindworms? Like, just a few seconds ago, Mindwaves was laughing how Demon Mama was criticizing his thumbnails. And now he says that she should be criticizing his thumbnails. So which is it? You know? Which is it? She literally did criticize his... Like, this is what happened. And when I edit this video, I'm just gonna supplement it with fragments of the Demon Mama videos, you know? Like, I'm just gonna jump to it. Like, she was criticizing DK's editing, laziness, and how he got fired in the past, by the way. And then DK started tweeting in real time as Demon Mama was streaming about growth and comparing views, etc. This is what happened. You know? So this is pretty sad and pathetic.
petty at that point, right?
Yeah,
definitely.
your
And the thing
editor
with
is
it too
petty.
like, I know that there's perfectly reasonable criticisms of DK. You know, like of course, like I don't mind or care if.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you
Right,
do.
but I don't have a problem with people
Bullshit.
offering a criticism or having an issue.
Oh,
But
bullshit.
it's just this kind of social
No.
pressure that gets applied that like you
What?
must get rid of him or you must, you know, take some sort of action beyond what you've done. Bearing in mind, people don't.
You
see
haven't done
what
anything.
happens, you know, they've got an insight or a guess.
You haven't done
Like,
anything.
unless you get rid of DK, that's the only, you know, that's it. That's the only thing you can do is get rid of him. Anything else that you might try and do is just bullshit to me.
Well, I'm gonna steelman the other side a little bit because
Sure.
Oh,
I think it seems like there is no line where DK could cross and you'd be like, all right, well, this is too far. I can't have you as an editor, right? Like, does that line actually exist, or
Exactly,
is there no line
does
that you
it?
could cross that would lead you to finding a new editor?
I'm just obviously
uh-oh.
doing memes, are we?
Uh-oh. Mindwaves actually asked the question. Let's go. What's the answer, Chula Jack?
Why?
Well, because
Meme
obviously,
away.
I want to say, you know, he could shoot a child in the middle of the street, and I wouldn't fucking fire him because I'm that committed to. But obviously, that's insane. If DK committed a crime,
Oh.
you know, if DK utilized my platform to dox someone and perpetuate someone's personal information, you know, in fact, it's funny because the drama that started all this, where there was like, you know, the allegation is that DK was like threatening to dox people.
It's
One of the
not,
things that happened off the back of
it's
that.
not an allegation. He did. What do you mean allegation? Are you denying that he did that? Interesting language.
As I said, look, you know, if that ever happened, you understand I wouldn't be able to work with you anymore. That's like crossing a line, you know? So that's something that's in place. So the
Yes,
thing that
no
people
crime.
say
That's
that
a
he's
really
threatening to
strange
do it, well, if
line.
he actually did it, that would be the end of our professional relationship anyway. So it's like, you know, there are things and measures that are in place. But, you know, breaking the law,
He tries to pretend to be reasonable, but he's just not very, I don't know. He's just not very smart, that Mindwaves person.
obviously would be an issue. Engaging, using my platform in a way of like doxing or like, you know, harassment or something like that. Those sorts of things are things that I think would kind of cross a line, you know.
Oh my gosh.
But again, it would be contextual, and it could be. a
So
situation,
basically,
you know,
this is basically almost like saying no, there is not a thing that like that he can do so that I would replace him.
serious breach happens, and it's like, look, I'm willing to let this one kind of go for now, but this has got to be a one-time only thing. If it happens again, then that's
True.
gonna be it, you know.
Right. Without
Right.
getting into like any specifics of past criticisms of DK, like, is there any? Because it seems like you seem to draw the line where, all right, actual.
Yeah, it is, since he said that it is alleged. Like, alleged. blackmailing. Like, it's not alleged, he just did it. There are multiple witnesses to it. It's not an allegation at this point. It's confirmed.
Crimes are being committed, or he's using your platform to do some sort of, unagreeable shit or something that reflects badly.
He already did.
Does any form of bigotry fall under that? Like, is there any, could he make a racist joke that is too far for you, even, or something like that?
Even for you. Wow, that was an unintentional job. What a job, even if it was not intentional. Is there any racism that would be too much, even for you? Like, Mindwaves, like, I wonder if that was, like, intentional on Mindwaves' part to do a little jab on Chudla Jack, Because, I don't know, that sounded like a little bit of Would anything be too racist even for you, Chudla Jack? No, I don't think so. I love racism.
It would have to be.
Damn, he has to think hard about this. Like, damn. He has to think hard on this one. Such a dilemma. Would any racism be too much for me? Well, I have to think about that one, mate. Ooh, that's a toughie. That's a toughie, innit?
Something in my a way he edits something or does something in my content that.
But not on his own personal platform.
That's a
or in
toughie.
Discords or anything
That's
like that.
a toughie.
On his own platform.
Toughie.
No, and the reason for that is
For
because
that?
I'm pretty firm in my position about when I
same.
think it's appropriate for an employer to end a relationship with an employee, and it's something I've spoken about a lot.
Yeah.
And pretty much every time a story's come up and a guy has lost his job because of something he's posted on social media, I've said this is wrong. The company's essentially caving to pressure.
Caving to
I don't think that's
pressure.
right.
So basically, as long as the person that works for me is being an audible bigot on his own time, on his own dime, it's perfectly okay, which is ridiculous. Which is a ridiculous standard to have, of course. As long as my, worker, employee is like a horrible bigot on his own time, it's perfectly fine, isn't it?
So to me, it
No,
would
it's
seem
not.
really hypocritical to, just because I'm getting public pressure, cut a professional relationship that I've got when I'm so critical of it in my content.
Yeah, and that's something that I know you've been pretty consistent on since even 2 or 3 years ago, since you've started being a streamer.
Well, that's
Yeah,
horrible.
and this is the thing
That's
about the Leave It to the
horrible.
Left meme, is that I'm the only true lefty. No, I feel like
That's horrible.
my politics, they haven't really changed that much. I still have got a lot of the same core.
Like, that's
beliefs.
such a silly, standard to have. But we are not talking about someone who just posts on his own account. He serves you as your admin mod and certain other mods and members. Thus, he failed doing this job. How about that consistency? Like, they don't care about that. Come on.
that I had 2 years ago, 3 years
I'm the
ago.
only true lefty.
I would say that I've probably got more of a sense of pragmatism, I guess, of how realistic is
Pragmatism.
it that we can decommodify housing? Well, probably not particularly realistic, right?
Oh.
Yeah.
Is there
The
any
only
value in me
pragmat-
advocating or talking for it? I don't really think there is, and it just
Wait,
end up coming-
there is no point in advocating for the things that we want? What? Yeah, I don't know. So many content creators take such a distanced attitude towards their communities when it's convenient. True. True. Really bad. Racism is pragmatism, mate. I mean, it is for some. Some people view it as pragmatism, Some people do, and ironically view racism as pragmatism. Sadly.
coming across as a kind of idealistic person that just wants to conceptualize a utopian society, What does that leave me with? Well, state housing is something I'd be supportive of, but what am I going to gain or what am I going to get from advocating for that on my platform? I mean,
Wait.
probably not very much.
What am I gonna gain from advocating my values on my platform? Did Judd Logic just unironically ask that? Did he unironically 100% ask, well, I do have certain values, but what would I really gain from advocating them on my platform? Innit, mates? What? Then why would anyone listen to you if you're not here to advocate for your beliefs? As a political content creator, why would anyone watch your content then? If your form of pragmatism equals not really advocating for your beliefs.
And
Right.
it comes to the point where it's like,
Ridiculous.
if I wanted to do serious politics, well, I could go and do serious politics in the real world. It just seems
What are your credentials to do real politics in the real world? This is such cope. This is such an excuse. Well, I could be doing real politics, but I choose not to. Or instead, we're gonna do meme politics here. Like, what? This is so pathetic. This is so weak. This is so weak.
a kind of waste of opportunity and my own talents to bleat on about, some sort of lefty.
This is a waste of opportunity and my talents to advocate for what I believe in. What an embarrassment, indeed. Advocating for my beliefs would be a waste of my talent. Wow.
Perspective that I've got where I
What the
can
hell?
do something I enjoy and am good at and can make money on
What are you good at?
for that instead, if that makes sense.
What are you good
Yeah,
at?
yeah.
Yeah.
So would you say that? Because I like to think of myself as well, to be honest, I'm not really sure where my exact politics lie as far as like
see.
labels. I think they're I don't know.
That's interesting that you have not figured out your politics yet at the ripe age of God knows how old you are. Like,
I've stopped thinking about labels, but like more so just
Based.
focus on like policies, right? Or like what issues.
oh my god, I just focus on policies is the language of cowards, okay? I'm gonna say it right here. Like, I'm not in any camp, I just focus on policies is the language of cowards who are too afraid to commit to anything. This is my hot take for today. If you hear a person say, I'm on no particular side, I just talk about policies, then that means you're talking to a coward who doesn't have enough guts to commit. Okay? Like, get out of here with that nonsense. Get out of here with that, I focus on policies. Yeah. Like,
I want to focus on.
and
Kind of
enlightened
taking a more
centrists.
pragmatic approach to politics. That sounds really self-serving and masturbatory.
Yeah, it is. It is. It is though. It is those things. At least you recognize it. I am the only pragmatic person in this space. People who actually try to advocate for what they believe in, they're not pragmatic enough like me. They're into camps, and I just look at policy.
But like, would you say that you take a similar approach as like when you're talking about political issues, you don't want to ramble on about shit that's not really there's not real like political efficacy or anything behind it. Are you more focused on
What?
talking about shit that is like relevant to politics as it exists like right now, like what is possible right now?
Yeah,
What is this empty nonsense? What is this babble? Like, people who watch this and nod their heads must be really empty-headed. I don't mean to get mean, but he basically just told Chad Logic this. So, Chad Logic, Do you actually want to do politics that mean anything? Or do you just want to ramble about politics that don't mean anything? Because, I'm a pragmatic and I do politics that actually mean something. Like, he said so much without saying anything. You know? Like, what is this? Let's hear it again. This was so stupid.
As far as like labels, I think I don't know. I've
Would be the
kind of taking a more pragmatic approach to politics. But
approach.
God, that sounds really self-serving and masturbatory. But like,
Yeah, it does serve. It does indeed sound very self-serving and masturbatory.
would you say that you take a similar approach as like when you're talking about political issues, you don't want to ramble on about shit that's not really there's not real like political efficacy or
What does that even mean? Ramble about things that don't have political efficacy.
or anything behind it.
Anything behind it.
are you more
What does
focused
that
on, like,
mean?
talking about shit that is like relevant to politics as it exists like right now? Like
This means this statement has zero content in it. It's meaningless. Social logic. Do you talk about politics that are actually have something, or are you talking about the politics that have nothing?
what is possible right now?
Yeah, definitely. I think, there's probably examples, if I were to think about it, of like, well, I actually think this would be the ideal way to structure it.
True.
It would be great to like decommodify basic necessities to an extreme degree.
It would be great to advocate for what I believe, but what's in it for me? What's in it for me? It's a waste of my talent, innit, mates? You're gonna waste my talent like this. You want to do me dirty like this? Want me to advocate for what I believe? I don't even think that he believes in these things. If he believed in them, then he would have advocated for them, of course.
But if you look at where we are in the world today and what is feasible and what you could spend political capital on in the real world, well, that isn't something you're really going to get off the ground. Like, how the fuck are you going to...
Really? Such an idiot, that Chad Logic. Yeah, we're not gonna do it overnight, so why even, fight towards it? Right. If it's not gonna happen overnight, then what's in it for me to push towards it, right? All those women that I mentioned in the segment before were just silly because they were fighting for what they believed in, even though what they believed in did not happen in their lifetimes. Such silly people. Like, I'm gonna be honest. Being a progressive and fighting for change that you want to see is not even necessarily about getting what you want within your lifetime. It's about building the momentum for other people to take over your fight and to build a big movement that sooner or later will attain what you want. Nothing will change if no one is willing to start building the movements that are necessary to make the change. You know? You cannot just stew in the status quo and say, oh, nothing's going to change if there's nothing behind it, in it. What's in it for me to be advocating for such things? Am I right? Am I right? What's in it for me? Like, pathetic. This is extremely pathetic behavior.
Based on our current economic political system,
Pathetic.
decommodify food. That's like a...
Right.
It's so far removed from where we are now that I think that
Yeah, and historically speaking, people have been fighting for things that have been far removed from their daily lives, and they still fought for it. You know? Historically, people did not fight for things hoping that they would just magically happen during their lifetimes. They did their best to advocate for what they believed in, and then the next generations took over the fight, you know? Like,
you know, far lefties see it as kind of cuckoldry, right? You're cucking to the system essentially, but the best you're probably going to get is increasing and expanding whatever kind of welfare elements exist, right? That's the thing that you can.
yeah,
probably...
Chad is this naive, Chad is this naive. Chad is very naive about politics. If this is really what he believes, you know. So magic thinking that either we get what we want now, or we just don't advocate for it at all. This is so weak and pathetic. If this was the attitude, then women's rights would never have went off the ground. If that was the attitude of women fighting for their rights throughout the generations. Like,
really focus on and look at if you were to advocate for something
Yeah.
politically. So yeah.
Yeah, especially when they're
Chad actually advocates for the opposite. Chad advocates for the upkeep of the status quo that hurts others. He isn't just going through the route of I'm not gonna advocate for what I believe in. He's going through the route I'm gonna advocate for the status quo that hurts others. This is what the Irish Traveller video and the Roma people video basically demonstrated. He advocates for the status quo that hurts people. You know?
is like a finite amount of political capital available, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and that's why you
know,
have to
look at
spend it
America, like,
on.
the way it is at the moment. It's going to be tricky for Democrats to get things past the line, say, and that's where the real changes.
And this is why you have to spend it on gossip, on drama, and on being a tabloid. Oh yeah, your precious political capital.
Going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Beyond that, you're left with like the kind of like mutual aid thing, or setting up a local community thing. Great if you want to do that, but like it just seems like you've got to be really invested time, energy to really get good results out.
And what would you get out of it, Logic? What's in it for you exactly? Like this is exactly why Chad Logic is stagnant, and this is why Demon Mama is growing, because Demon Mama does advocate for what she believes in. Demon Mama does try to organize, and Chad Logic is just, what's the point? What's the point? If you want to do it, but yeah, whatever, That's... If he's just an empty-hearted grifter, true. Yeah, he is. And he's not even good at that. He's digging a hole and closing all kinds of doors, true.
And
yeah,
it's not really my place or expertise to do that.
You have no expertise.
I'm just a fucking shit poster on the internet.
Yeah, I
don't know how
know.
to set up a community kitchen. I don't know how to do any of this stuff. So if people want to do that, more power to them. Good luck to you. But I'm just going to do what I do best and look after myself, basically. I don't know.
At least you're being honest about it. I'm just gonna look after myself, which is what I do best. There you have it. There you have it. Like, this is the realest thing that he said in his video. I'm just in it for myself. And she empowers others. That's right. You might not, like, as a big content creator, like, if someone's a big content creator, then you don't really need to know how to organize a soup kitchen, right? You can meet with people who know, and you can help them financially in setting up a soup kitchen. You can help in real ways by doing that, you know? He advocates for nothing. He advocates for himself. Like, if you organize financials online for being a content creator, you can use those financials in order to help people who do real life things to organize, right? It's cooperation. People don't do things solo. That it is okay to be racist against Irish travelers. That was something he advocated in his video. That is true. That is the extent of his advocacy.
Bit selfish, maybe, but
Yeah, it
I
is.
get
where I
that.
am.
Like, so would you say
It is.
that your
Indeed.
politics hasn't really changed all too much?
It is
but more
selfish,
so
indeed.
the approach that you take to your rhetoric or your stream content has maybe shifted?
yeah, I think that like it's kind of like it's almost like my. It sounds cringe. My
Yeah.
job's changed. I've gone like, right. Well, I'm a content creator. I'm here to make content, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, previously, I probably would have like brought the politics into it more, but it's almost like I've gone, well, I've still got these political views,
But I'm more a
and I can
grifter
still
now,
implement
openly.
some concept of politics sometimes when talking about topics. But actually, it's like that's kind of over there now. And my focus is on
But actually, I don't really care. My focus is just on grifting and making money and gossiping and drama.
what's
you
going to
go.
be the most compelling content. That's
There
gonna
you
get
go.
people watching on a given day.
And you're so bad at it as
Normally,
well.
it's like some drama that's popping off on LSF, or you know, if there is a political topic, there's like a
Oh
juicy
my
angle to
gosh.
it that makes it interesting. Like the Stephen Crowder Daily Wire spat was probably an example of this, where it is rooted in real politics.
This is...
I probably do still have an interest in big tech stuff and talking about that. Like the panel the other day was about that. That was really interesting. So there's still times I find it interesting to talk about that, but you know, it's first of all like, you know, putting content at the forefront of what's going on, but also just recognizing that
my gosh.
whilst sometimes I might be a bit hyperbolic,
Admitting so openly to being so pathetic. This is so sad of Chad Logic.
and say things like there's no impact whatsoever. I think that there's probably some impact that is had with this, but it's nowhere near what some of the bigger streamers like maybe advocate or talk about. You know, like Vosh always spoke about how his platform was about advocating for this, advocating for that. He's doing advocacy online, and I think that's often overstated to achieve a personal end, right?
No, I don't think so. I think you're projecting here, Chad Logic, and you're making a horrible job of it. You know what the difference between you and Vosh is? That Vosh actually does advocating for things that he believes in. And he puts his money where his mouth is. He basically single-handedly keeps the white forest afloat. He did the whole canvassing thing, right? What about you, Chad Logic? You're just projecting your own horrible logic. You're just projecting your Chad Logic onto others. I've discovered that right-wing scenes sell better than devotion to justice, so that's what I do now. Yeah, basically. This is such a sad video, and he thinks he's doing good here. He proudly uploaded this.
The reality is lower, but to admit that is to limit your potential to earn money from saying I'm advocating for this. You know?
Do you?
Sure.
Because I agree with you that the effect that this space might have on the real world is maybe a little bit, you know, smaller than people would you know say that it is. You know, I think you're right to say that it's overstated. But do you care at all about how
I don't think he cares about anything.
the discourse that we have or the way that we conduct ourselves in these spaces affects the community? Like, is that something that you care about? Like the way that you engage with rhetoric might impact your community, which might impact other communities that they're also a part of, right? Or the way that Destiny conducts themselves or presents themselves on certain issues might overflow into his audience and therefore, you know, the rest of the streaming space and shit like is that something that you care about?
I don't think so. I don't think he
Or
cares
not,
about
fuck it.
anything.
Wow. The thing is, I'm trying to set aside the memes and the Giga Chads
You can meme away.
and the fucking.
We'll
No, I
parse it all
don't.
out.
Okay, sure. I just, because obviously, on a side note to this, earlier I was just going through the motions and something of women came up, and it just felt like fucking, yeah, women bad, misogyny's good, right, guys? It was like literally just fucking going through the motions, and I feel like
What?
I was about to do that then, but I'm not going to do that because, I mean, of course, there's things that, this idea that I'll do anything. And obviously, like when that, the map panel happened. I thought that was insane. I was like, how the fuck are you
Insane.
gonna have a 16-year-old on, and the predator that's grooming them? That's just that crosses a line for me, But it was good content to observe and
Oh
watch.
my
and talk
God.
About. But like, would I do that? Would I want to be involved in that? Like, fuck no.
Why is that? What about that is like makes it off limits for you or like unacceptable for you?
It's the fact that like,
It's bad optics.
how do I explain it? It's like that, someone who is an avowed, like, map, a pet. Let's call it what it is. Like, not technically, but close enough. A pedophile,
Right.
is bringing on the person that they.
It makes you look bad. That's the reality of it, Chat Logic.
They're manipulating. They're bringing that person on to defend the concept of that relationship, and they're like an adult attracted minor. Like that seems extremely manipulative and wrong, and just like, I can't explain like what the ethical breach or whatever is. It just
I
it just feels wrong. I think
I can explain it very easily. It enters into territory of legality. So you just won't associate. This is why, not because of your beliefs. Don't even try to do that now, after all that you've said.
me, it's like you'll know it when you see it.
If you knew that it would not make you look really bad and that it would not be borderline illegal, then you would jump on it like you do on everything else.
And if I see something and I'm like, this seems fucked, and I probably then wouldn't do it. Like
I don't believe that.
I personally would not bring.
I just don't believe that.
This is going to be shit on Stardust a bit. I personally wouldn't bring on Richard Spencer, as much as that might be good content, because I just wouldn't feel confident to be able to go, right, this guy's saying some crazy shit. And even though I don't think there'd be a big impact, I just wouldn't feel comfortable doing that because I don't feel like I do a good job. So
it's not
I guess
because
my
it would
limits
be
are, like,
wrong. It
either
would be
where-
because you don't have you just don't have confidence that you will be able to talk to him. Like, so basically you're just a coward on top of being a grifter, is what you're saying. That you would love to do this great content, but you just don't have the confidence that you'd be able to pull it off, is what you're saying. He's parodying Destiny. Funny enough, Vosh's involvement with Pro Victory is being actually successful, as Vosh knew his place and then insert himself as at the center of it. True. Like, content creators that are successful can actually move funds, and that can be a big contribution in the real world. Moving funds to where they are needed, because people in the real world who move around, organize things like soup kitchens, they need funding, and someone needs to organize that funding, Like, of course.
I feel like I wouldn't be able to do a good job with it, and it just seems pointless for that reason.
Yeah. So it's not pointless because it's bad to have someone like Spencer on. It's bad because you're just a coward and you don't have the confidence that you would do a good job of pulling off this great content.
Or there's something foundationally wrong with it that I...
Actually, not. I'm not really interested in dissecting Chad Logic's private life, I'm interested in discussing his bad politics,
feel. I don't know. So does that make sense? I've explained that.
Yeah. I guess what I'm looking for is like, is this something that is it more just so like you have your own personal principles that you're trying not to violate, or are you concerned about some greater harm being done? Like,
Nope. No, he's
were
not.
you against the map panel because, like, for instance, maybe it sets like a bad precedent for this space on how we conduct ourselves?
Nope, it's because engaging in it will make him look bad and it would not be really that good content.
Or it opens the door towards a certain sort of behavior, or is it just like, well, I think that this specific instance with these specific people is that like there's harm here and that's bad, or like what
I think
exactly?
something
Yeah.
something like the map panel would be not that like a broader harm is being caused, but I think that is like a
Yeah,
substantive
Karasu is
harm
right.
that you can
Let's-
point to.
We
Like,
shouldn't really
would agree
comment on
that
the
someone
private
who
life.
is,
It's not the most
you know,
important
under the
thing.
age of
It's not even the most important thing anyway. The most important thing is like his horrible like what he openly admits to being all about. You know?
well, so a 16-year-old, consent is a bit trickier there when you're looking at someone that's older. Like they're referring to themselves as a minor attracted person, and like it just seems like that's very messy. And you know, I'm fairly confident that there's enough chance of harm that it's just not worth doing it. Like the Richard Spencer thing is probably more of like a personal principle thing. Like I think if I brought Richard Spencer on and he said a bunch of crazy shit, I don't know if that would cause harm. But
Oh, don't lie now. You said what it's all about. You said that you would not be able to pull it off. Not that it's a principle thing. Stop lying. Okay? You said that you wouldn't bring him on because you don't have the confidence that you would pull it off. And now you're trying to say that it's some kind of a principle stance.
just feel wrong to not personally to like not do a good job of like engaging with that or pushing back against that in some way.
So with the Richard Spencer thing, you said it's more of a personal thing. Are you not at all concerned about like if you were to have that conversation? Is it more about you personally wanting to be able to best him rhetorically, or is it you want to be able to best him rhetorically so that your audience isn't exposed to extreme rhetoric, blah 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 blah, right? Is that at all a factor to you, or?
These
I
are
don't-
so
yeah, I don't
weak
because
questions.
I don't have a political ideology that I want to push in my content anymore.
Anymore. So basically, you're just empty content. Why would anyone want to watch you? This is why you're so stagnant. This explains everything. Like, your content has nothing of substance. Like, after what you have said now, I can pretty confidently say that even if the quality of my streams is not really that great, even if I don't have really like that many people in the audience, I can at least say that my content has any substance in it. Because I do have politics to push, you know? At least there is anything to what I'm saying or doing, and there is nothing to what you're saying or doing. It's just empty. You know? You do whatever. You don't care if it will hurt people. You don't care what hurtful stereotypes you will push because to you it's great content. You know? Like, this is horrible.
So if my audience was exposed to extremist ideas, the only concern I might have is if that would lead someone to go and commit some violent act. That would be the only, like if I brought someone on and they said you should go and do X violent act to someone, and then I saw someone in my audience go and do it, that would be like fucked for me, you know? But
for
if I
you.
had like an extremist on and someone in my audience turned towards a more extremist point of view, because I don't have like a political ideology that I'm trying to push, you know, I don't think that for me I would be concerned about that unless they were to then take some action off the back of it.
So basically, ChatLogic does not care if his audience gets radicalized by his content, not until they take tangible actions. There you go. You've heard it here.
Okay.
He just
Gotcha,
doesn't
gotcha.
care.
So, from my personal perspective, I feel like I feel a little bit differently.
Oh.
So for
surprise.
me, right, I kind of care about the type of community that I foster. And I think that the communities that we foster are a reflection of ourselves as content creators,
Oh, that's
the
not
rhetoric that
good,
we
Chat
engage in, the
Logic.
types of issues that we focus on, the types of people that we have on our platforms, etc. I think that these all have impacts on our communities and influences our communities. Do you ever
Care about
consider
anything?
how the way you conduct yourself, either with the people that you have on, or your own rhetoric, or like, do
Okay,
you
yeah.
ever
Do you
see how
care
that
about
affects your
anything, Chat
community?
Logic?
And do
Yeah,
you worry
yeah.
about that?
Yeah, I do actually. I've got examples
do
of
you?
this where I've had to
Okay.
like go, hang on a fucking minute, you fucking idiots in chat, right?
Right.
So, a good example of this is around misogyny, women, stuff like that. There's been times where like
Yeah.
I've been doing what we like to call a rape review,
A what?
which is where we look at, something that's happened. What do we think? Who's in the right? Has the guy done something morally egregious, or is it overstated, etc.? Right? And we were watching a video of a woman talking about Mama Max. I don't know if you know anything about this or not.
I don't think so, no.
So Mama Max was accused of like essentially stalking this person. And this person at the time was young, and they'd made some mistakes in how they dealt with it. But they'd been treated pretty egregiously, and they'd even like filed a police report for stalking. It was pretty bad. And I remember going
Okay.
over it, and the woman was kind of saying some dumb things that she'd done when she was like just going to college. And there was a comment in my chat. There was a lot of sort of criticism of her, but it reached a point, and someone said, "Was this woman looking to get raped or something?" And I had to go, whoa, hold on a second. That's like, we're getting a bit excessive in our criticism.
A bit excessive.
And I think that definitely could be tied back to some of the memes and some of the jokes, that I make. So I think that I am concerned about that.
No, no, not really.
It's like,
You're just concerned about if it can be tied back to you. You're concerned about your self-image. That is what your primary concern is.
hate, for example, for like to be talking about something or doing something or discussing someone, and people feel the need to like go and report them, and go and like report them and try and get them deplatformed, because that's something I'm very much against. So, you know, I would always want to be careful to make sure that, hey, don't go and fucking try and deplatform this person, if we're talking about women, let's not go too far in criticisms where we're, touching on that rape apologia. Let's not get to the point where we're, just seeing a woman and doing the Kuma shit, because that shit is just fucked and it's not what I support. My criticisms are rooted in, I feel, reality. There's memes and jokes which should be seen as such.
Everything
but
you
I
do is
wouldn't
reality,
wanna,
unlike those horrible
accept,
lefties.
that
right?
sort of level of stuff, if that makes sense. Does that make sense? Ron?
Yeah. I get you. So, when you notice this sort of behavior, maybe your audience latching onto some form of rhetoric that you have, and then maybe taking it to an extreme that you're not comfortable with. If that becomes popular enough in your audience, how do you correct that? Maybe you said that like you just make it extra clear that this is where the line is, or do you actually reflect on like, okay, well, maybe the way I conduct myself has to change, or how do you go about that?
He doesn't.
I think
is the answer.
the time that it happens is about, stating, okay, well, hang on a second, and just laying it out a bit, and chastising people. There's lots of storylines in my chat at the moment, which, is expected for this type of conversation.
Right.
It is what it is.
The
But yeah, it's
story
about
of
kind
life,
just
isn't it?
if there's a chatter that is crossing a line, just chastising them and just trying to remind, well, look, it's not about the woman is an idiot, she deserved to get raped. It's not about that. It's about what is the truth. That's what we're here to find out.
Oh yeah, for
What is
sure,
the truth
Chat
of the
Logic.
situation? That's the focus.
No, you don't care
That's what
about
we
the
should be
truth.
looking at. and then
You've
whatever-
already said today. You've already said in this video that you don't care about any of that. You care about what makes the best content, about the spicy content.
as we go from there. And you notice
already
that
showed
people
your
wanna jump
hand.
the gun to fit their preconceived notion. So there was like the Kai
And
Cenat
at this
thing.
point, I will just say, translation. This might make me look bad, so I will tell people to calm down a bit.
There were people in my chat that were chomping at the bit to, like, you know, tear the woman apart, right? And it was like, you know, did she even go to the police? And it's like, you're an idiot. Yes, she did go to the police. So you're jumping the gun and you're doing the opposite of like what I think and
what?
what we should look at.
You don't
So
care
I
about
think
those
that in
things.
terms
You
of,
don't
like,
have an
behavior,
ideology to push, right?
The trouble is
What
when
is
you
the
do
trouble?
jokes and memes and shit like that, it's for me. It's like if you think
Right.
about like I hate this is fucking cringe, but I can't think of any way to say it.
Oh, cringe.
If you got like a comedian and they're on stage and they're making jokes, how responsible is that comedian for their audience going too far with it?
Depends.
And what
Right.
responsibility have they got to say to their audience? You
Depends,
know, like for
doesn't it?
example, if there was a joke, if there was a comedian telling misogynistic jokes, like they can't be expected to account for the views of their audience. But if there was like a problem of like someone getting raped at their gigs every time, you'd expect.
Depends, really. These years, like, do you keep repeating the same jokes that sort of normalize certain ideas? Chad is really scared of the platforming. He understands that what he does would not be tolerated in any workplace, but not even Ubisoft. Yeah, he just doesn't care.
Expect them to go, well, hang on a second, like maybe I don't support rape. Rape is bad, or something like that. Do you know what I mean? If there's like
Yeah, I know, you're
extreme action,
pathetic.
might
I know
expect
what
them
you
to
mean.
speak out about it or have some
You're
sort
very
of commentary on
pathetic.
it. But to a point, you know, jokes have got to be able to sit and stand and exist without being censored because you're worried that people might take it too far. I think when people start to take it too far, you've got to speak out against it at that point. I guess is how I look at it.
Gotcha. So you wouldn't say that like maybe those jokes that are being told that are causing their audience to rape people. I don't know. That sounds a
What?
little ridiculous just saying it, right? But like, but like if that were the case,
Gee, that's a
if there
powerful
was a
joke.
stand-up- yeah, if there was a stand-up comedian going around telling jokes that, led to
What
something
a-
that- I mean, you'd probably be like,
Conversation between two
joke,
intellectual
buddy, right? Like,
titans.
eventually.
What a treat.
Yeah, I think for me,
Always.
it's like this is the way I think of it. If someone said to you, right, you were saying this joke, and I can prove to you that by saying it, 1,000 black people are dying. Right? I'm not gonna. No Giga Chad memes.
You do know that rhetoric can move towards a goal, can radicalize people, can prime them to think in a certain way. You do know that those things happen, right? But you just don't care about it. Not until an actual crime is being committed. This is really
Today,
pathetic.
obviously, you know, if someone were to say that to me,
Why is this funny?
demonstrate and
This
go,
is
right,
like
here's
so
the proof,
bizarre.
then obviously I'm going to stop fucking saying that because it's a bit much, isn't it? It's a little bit much. I don't think we
Isn't
need that
it?
to be going on. That's a bit of a crazy business to me. So in that case, yeah,
Oh.
if you can say, right, this joke is leading to this outcome and this specific harm, then obviously I would reconsider it. But I think it's tricky sometimes to really
Tricky.
draw that like direct line.
yeah, for
And-
sure, pretty much
yeah.
impossible, I would say. But yeah,
Yeah, and you know, I accept that like on a serious level, there probably is more I could do somewhere.
Somewhere,
you know,
but you're
to-
not
to
sure where.
reduce something. I don't know exactly what that looks like.
Oh.
I just
Well-
I try. Yeah, sorry, go on.
well, no, I was just gonna say. Well, I think even a good example was I think recently Destiny even decided to take
Oh,
a step away
Destiny.
from, allowing certain
best
sort of memes
example.
being made about women because it was making women less likely to, come on the stream or women in the community feel like.
So basically, Desi decided to cut on some jokes because it would hurt his bottom line. Wow, amazing. How brave. Steven, that's so amazing.
less comfortable because of those sorts of jokes and stuff like that. So I think
Oh.
he even took a step to
Even
crack down on
he!
that type of shit, right? Like,
Wow.
is that is that something that you would do? Like, would you, if you noticed, whatever type of rhetoric having an effect on your community, would you be like, all right, guys, like maybe these types of jokes are going too far, or having an effect
Yeah.
where, yeah.
Yeah, if it would
it's
hurt.
something I have started doing now, and it started off. It started off
If it would hurt Chad Logic's bottom line, then maybe
kind of memeing about it, but now
it's
it is
starting
something
to
I do.
hurt
If
your
there's a
bottom
woman on
line, right?
stream And there's like, if someone makes like a little mild comment, I'm not going to care about that. But
Right.
like specific targeted commentary on their appearance, their looks, how hot they are, how big their breasts are, stuff like that.
Stuff like that.
Start to time people out for it because it's just I just think it's crazy because
It hurts your bottom line.
such
Yeah.
an explicit example of misogyny where it's only if a woman comes up on screen this happens, right? It's completely one-sided. So yeah, there's cases where if I feel that it's reaching that point, I will kind of cut it off, So
Oh.
because these people are probably memeing. I don't think anyone is seriously sat there. Well, some people might be, but some of it is a meme. It's the Kuma meme, right? But to me, that's just like, nah, I'm not interested in that. Cut that off.
True.
Yeah, got you.
Like you
Have
wolf.
you ever looked back at something that you've done or said and been like, okay, maybe this was too far?
Never. Never.
I mean,
What you mean?
sure.
Mm.
Like,
For instance.
the Tom Zoo thing was a bit much, wasn't it? I was literally doing a
Wouldn't
racist
it?
Asian accent. That's fucking insane. I'm surprised I wasn't banned for that.
I'll say.
Yeah, that's a bit much. Yeah.
And there was this is
bit
more
much.
niche. I'm gonna try and relay it to you. Okay?
What?
But there was a guy called Extreme Dad,
Okay.
and he had this tragic tale of these woes that happened to him. But he did something that really pissed me off. And so in my Discord, like, he told this story about how, like, well, I had this trailer park and it got burnt down.
Okay.
And so I got mad at him and I added him and said, I'm glad your trailer park burnt down. And then I shared a picture. I don't know why you're laughing, mate. And then I shared a picture of like a burnt out trailer home. And I said, welcome to your new home, mate. And I look back on that and I think I even ended up like, I think I apologized to him or said something to him about it of like, yeah, that was too much. When we spoke recently, because, it was excessive. So yeah, obviously there's things I do that I look back on and go,
I don't know. That last one was funny enough. I feel like you can get away with it.
I was genuinely worried about because he, it wasn't like maybe that serious, like he was going to do it. But I thought, if this guy kills himself, like, I'll feel terrible about that. I feel like I've contributed to it.
Oh, that would definitely hurt my bottom line if he offs himself now, right?
You're like, fuck. I've got to be more careful.
See, I can see the headline: British streamer causes man to kill himself.
Hilarious.
So I mean, there's probably
Hilarious.
other examples too, especially going. I mean,
So
enough, some
funny.
of it is going back to my Leftoid days. where,
Amazing. Leftoid days.
some rhetoric or commentary that I made was just a bit it was like snarky, cringe, safe edginess type shit. Shitting on some righty. that on
Self-edginess.
reflection, yeah, I probably wouldn't do that again. I've moved
Self-edginess.
more towards this kind of in a one-on-one conversation of like the matching energy thing.
The oh.
I think that's really important.
Yeah, it's really important. The matching of energy. To be more like Stephen Bonnell Destiny. To match the energy. Because I know, mates, that Stephen makes fairly good money. So I think by copying his strategies, I might just be more ahead.
And trying to avoid the kind of snarky jabs that maybe I used to do. Like in my first Lord of Patriarchy conversation, I look back on that and think I do that totally differently now. If I was to do
Yeah, I will no more of that safe edginess.
I've sort of noticed some of the Chud Logic or Chud Nation antagonists have sort of maybe latched on to you saying you've left the left and sort of taken it serious. And I think
I
that they've
mean-
sort of looked at how
I mean, actions speak louder than words, right? There is this little saying. I think your actions and words speak plenty.
maybe you spend more time dunking on lefties than you do righties. Like I think in your old content, maybe a couple years back, you probably spent more time dunking on chuds, right?
Yeah, yeah. That
Um,
was the whole point of the channel originally, right? Yeah.
Right, exactly. And then now it's sort of
So what
shifted
is the
towards a more
point now?
broad like commentary on whatever is, meta or whatever the fuck.
Meta.
Do you think that, you know, well, I
I
guess
think
yeah.
he
What do you
thinks-
think about that? People latching onto that and taking it serious, like you really have left the left.
I think that that is
Shall I,
indicative
Jack?
of. I mean, obviously, this is maybe the Jordan Peterson argument, but like people maybe not
Oh.
engaging fully with my content.
No
because
engaging, I say.
I'd say that I probably do focus on lefties more. That's probably fair. I just think that they're having a closeness to them, and also feeling like you're under the thumb of them for so long.
Feeling or under the thumb.
As I've become
It's
freer
pathetic.
and freer, it feels great to be
What a
able to go,
wimp.
actually, this is stupid, and now I can just say it with my chest. I don't have to worry about
Mm-hmm.
like, oh, I'm only a 50 viewer Andy, and if I start going out, I think this is a bit wrong, but I better not speak about
Why
it.
is
'cause I
Chad
don't know
Logic
my
so
audience,
weak? Such
I
a
feel like
Yeah,
wimp.
you're more established. You have your own audience. You don't have to
Yeah.
rely on the connections as much as you used to.
You're
Stuff like
such
that.
a wimp, Chad Logic.
Yeah, and it feels like I can state it more clearly, and it's been, I guess, fun to be able to come out and just say, you know what, these xenogenders, yeah, they're fucking dumb. I'll still probably be nice to you about it, but fuck me, are they stupid?
Yeah, because Steven says so, and Steven is your law.
And
I
just
guess.
things like that, or like some stupid internet discourse perspective or take
Oh,
that, that if you go and speak to a normie, they'll be like, what is this? This is fucking crazy, like what they're talking about online, and just criticizing stuff like that. I'll still, have a pop at the old righties when the opportunity comes up, but yeah, maybe there is a feeling that I'm kind of going after the left more. But then
A
the left does
feeling?
stupid shit. I don't know. It's like
Oh, can you name them?
there's tons
Yeah.
of stupid stuff that they do. And,
Can you name them?
it's kind of like, yeah, the right do
Yeah,
stupid
the
stuff. but
stupid stuff like advocating for what you believe in, being the chief stupid thing that the left does, I guess.
they're like the right. Like, obviously, I've got a lot of ideological opposition to them.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, is there really any bigger signifier that you're a lefty than infighting with other lefties,
True.
right? So,
Exactly. True. But yeah, I don't know. I've not even like left the left really. Obviously, that's a bit of, I guess, clickbait or memes or whatever. It's
Yeah.
more so just like, I've stepped away from this kind of feeling of having to engage in this ideological purity or feeling like I can't criticize something because
Finally, Chad could find himself a position where he would be honestly racist. True.
this person isn't going to like it or that person isn't going to like it.
yeah.
Finally,
And did
it's
you
free,
feel like when you
freedom.
were operating under that sort of mode that it sort of cucked your potential as a content creator?
Definitely.
Oh yeah, unlike now.
Can't
Unlike now, when he's just stagnant, right? What growth he's experiencing under his new paradigm.
coverage was a big step in all of this.
Big step, I
And
see.
I think if timings were different and I was like 50 viewer Andy Leftoid,
You're not
my
experiencing
coverage of Carl
growth.
Rittenhouse probably would have been non-existent or very bad, and I would have just said wrong things about it. So yeah, I think
Wrong
being able to
things.
speak freely has improved dramatically my ability to like look and talk about things and speak honestly about things. Also, some of my takes about women, I guess. Like
Oh.
I was critical of some, I don't know what your perspective is on the hot tub meta and stuff like that, but when it was first happening and there was this kind of like escalation of sexual content, I was kind of in a bit of a mid stage of like where I was with stuff, so I kind of cautiously was critical of some elements of it, and it felt good to kind of like flesh it out a bit and be like, actually no, there is like a reason that I can be critical of, you know, excessive sexual content via this route, and that's okay. And it doesn't mean I'm like a terrible person or I hate sex workers or whatever it is. It's just I can make a reasonable criticism and
You
kind of
cannot
accept it that
make
way.
reasonable criticisms for your life.
Yeah, that makes
To
sense.
save your
You
life.
went quite hard on the hot tub streamers, I will say. But
Did I?
I get where you. I think so. Yeah. And I think that maybe blended in with the constant memeing of like, oh, she's ulting, or other shit like that. It's probably where you get like some of the sexist attitudes like normalized in your community, right?
Mm-hmm. Great. Normalizing sexism is great.
Sure.
Right?
I remember once it was like, oh god, it was a woman and
Oh
it was
my
a
gosh.
genuine. She was genuinely crying about. It was a genuine thing. It was like fucked. And I was looking at my chat and I was like, is anyone going to do the ulting meme? Because that doesn't.
And they
seem
did
right.
it.
Did
Yeah.
they?
Did they?
I can't remember. I don't think they did.
Mm-hmm.
You're second guessing yourself.
Fuck, you're gaslighting me right now. I can't remember. Fuck, I don't think they did. I think.
I'm not saying that from a.
This is-
I don't know.
Oh,
So,
okay. okay.
What is this
I'm pretty-
conversation?
I'm pretty sure because it was one
This
of those
is what
moments
happens
where I
when
was like,
someone has zero
This
values.
is going to be a bad look if the ultimate meme comes out.
Oh, there you go. This is gonna be a bad look.
But yeah, sure. yeah,
Bad for the bottom line.
I think that like a lot of memes, there's something funny in it somewhere, but it certainly gets overused, and I think that's proven by the fact a serious reason for crying was there. I was worried that people were going to go, "Oh, ulting," you know. So
Yeah, no, I think that's fair, and like you said, that you've sort of, you're conscious of it, and you take steps to correct it when it happens or when it goes too far in your community and stuff like that. I think that's okay. Not here to like impugn you or anything like that.
Let's
no,
see.
I think the thing is as well is like I've got a big thing about people being able to express themselves and free speech and.
Oh,
You know,
speech
I
warrior.
hate the idea that I would ban someone for saying something stupid when it's like it doesn't need to be like that. It doesn't need to be.
Does
where
it
you
need to
cross the line
be
or
like
to
that,
ban
mate?
Or ban you.
Ban
forever.
you.
Just be. You need
Just
to get
for
time
5
away,
seconds.
just to fucking chill out a little bit and maybe just reassess where the boundaries are and stuff. Because you've got to rely on people in the community to kind of know where's the line. Like, is this okay? Is that okay? And people are going to probe it and they're going to prod it a little bit. But
Yeah, I would agree. I think that taking a softer approach to
It's just
moderation
a
instead of like
little-
hard banning everybody that like steps over the
A
line
little
slightly
racist
is
never
probably a
hurt
better
anybody.
approach. Like I
Come
personally
on.
take that approach with my community as well.
Don't be such
Anytime I have
draconian.
somebody on and I know that my community like has like strong disagreements with them, like the other day I had Vivian on and my chat was just ruthless to Vivian, of course, right? Because she's
Of course.
a villain in this space.
Yeah,
A
I feel
villain.
like, and I think it's all just about
What is your
recognizing
what
that
is Mindwave
being vocal about it.
space?
I noticed it happen. I stopped the interview or the conversation with Vivian for a second. I was like, guys, look,
There's
I know
half of this crap
you guys
left.
hate Vivian, but like, can we at least keep it down a notch? Like just like
Yeah.
correcting it like that, or maybe if somebody does consistently take it too far, timing them out instead of banning them. I feel like if you do that enough, if you take that approach over a long period of time, the community will correct itself. Like,
No, it won't.
I have a note-
Communities do not correct themselves. This is such a horrible argument. Yeah, oh yeah, famously, communities just correct themselves. This is cope. Or you just don't care.
policy. Not that sounds
Wait,
bad when I
what?
say it like
Oh my
that. The word, okay. In the sense that like I don't allow the word retard in my chat, right?
Oh.
God, that sounded really bad. But yeah, I don't ban people when they say the word retard because I know it's very normalized in this space. So if somebody comes in my chat and they say retard, I'm not going to just ban them. But I do constantly make it a thing of like, all right, guys, in my community, this isn't allowed. It might be in others, but I'm taking the stance here, just giving you a warning, And after I give that warning to a certain individual,
I'm not gonna allow it, but I'm gonna keep using it. Okay. I'm curious to hear why he thinks hot tub streamers are bad. Chad is bad for doing what the Hague Tribunal classifies as crimes against humanity, and not we now call stochastic terrorism.
if they do it again, well then you time them out or something like that. I think that approach is probably better than some of the people that just soy out and are ban happy. But yeah.
Yeah,
Because how dare you make
it's
money
reasonable to have
from your
like,
looks?
a standard for your own community. of what? What are you
Unforgivable.
laughing about?
I'm laughing at your chat, just giga chatting me saying I have a no retard policy.
Yeah, I mean, look,
Mm-hmm.
we've obviously touched on this before. I used to be a lot more soy on this. I really did. Okay,
Soy.
and I think that
Imagine using such vocabulary unironically. I used to be so much more soy on this. Like, okay.
I'm spicier, edgier, whatever you want to say in my language now, and that's
More
reflected in my
pathetic.
chat. I think for me, it's like, I think I want my community to be kind of a reflection of sort of where I am,
Oh,
you know.
no.
And obviously, you're going to
Well.
get people that take it too far and go to an extreme, and you've got to just try and rein it in when that happens, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, if there was someone on stream with like Down syndrome, obviously I wouldn't actually want my chat to start calling them ableist slurs. That's pretty fucking wild.
Mm-hmm.
So in that case, yeah, you know, I'd want to fucking like moderate that a bit.
I
There
bet,
would
because
be
it
even, like,
hurts your bottom
representation.
line,
Like,
huh?
obviously, that's fucked, you know, because the whole point for me is, you know,
People used to
using it
praise
as an edgy
Shadlogic,
word or whatever is
but he
is
stopped
one thing.
towing the
But
horrible
when you're
line of the
using these
leftism.
words to,
He's
like,
free now, like a
target
bird.
someone because they're
Like Eren
target of
from
that word is,
Attack on
you know,
Titan.
that's where I draw. the
That's
line, you know?
Shadlogic.
So yeah, like
So
a bit
yeah.
of racial humor's fine, but like if there's a black person and there's like targeted racial stuff towards them, yeah, that's obviously too much. So
Got you. So calling
Gotcha.
somebody a gay retard jokingly is fine, but if you like, if there is a gay retard on your stream and you call him a gay retard, then that's too far. Is that what you're saying?
yeah, basically,
Yeah?
like, yeah.
Okay.
But it
This
does get
is-
a bit tricky because it's like
It's so funny. He's
there's someone on
laughing
stream, I
like
did this to
a
and actually a bit
doofus.
harsh, but if someone is autistic and you call them the R word, like,
Yeah.
but you're not doing it because they're autistic, you're doing it because you're calling them an idiot, basically. But then they take it as you're calling me that because I'm autistic. Like, have I committed a slur?
Commit
You
what?
know what I mean?
I don't know what you mean.
Yeah.
What do you commit?
I personally don't like the approach of like calling people retarded. It is soy. I'm gonna soy. I'll do a, you know, I'll sort of giga chat it out
Embrace
and
it.
say, yeah, I am soy. But like I don't the reason I don't like retard in my community is because I feel like that sort of, you know, increases a certain amount of stigma in my own community, not just like socially, like broadly speaking, but like in my own community. And I don't want like neurodivergent people not feeling comfortable in my community, you know. And maybe this is like less of an issue than like some other, you know, words or identities that might be targeted. So like I would never call somebody gay as a pejorative like you did on Twitter, for instance. I thought that was actually like pretty far past the line for me personally.
Oh,
I was actually
Well-
kind of surprised that you did that.
Okay. Well, let's get
yeah, go
into
ahead.
that because that's actually a bit more of a substantive
I
agreement.
see.
I believe you referred to that, correct me if I'm wrong, as unironic bigotry. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that would suggest that you think, like, explain what you mean. What does unironic bigotry mean to you?
Like there was no joke there, right? Like it's not just like you're calling them as a joke and that's the punchline because you've set it up in a certain way. It was literally just like a pejorative. It was just using it as a slur, right?
Mind waves.
so-
I think the problem is you're missing the fuller context.
waves.
Okay, what's the context?
Okay,
What's the
sure.
context?
Sure. Yeah.
Context.
Context,
My
the
gosh.
reason that I found that funny to do
Because
was
you're a bigot?
I'd said, you know, I'm not going to kowtow to the gay retarded sensibilities of the
Mm-hmm.
left. Obviously, that was provocative. I knew that was provocative. I knew that would piss people off. Okay, and lo and behold, it created this little bit of drama.
Yeah,
Someone responded to it and said, you
it
know,
has been.
like something like, "Isn't it a bit questionable to have this person on as an editor?" And it was like,
It is.
you know, this is the kind of what I was referring to. Like, I'm not going to kowtow to this. This is the thing I'm not going to kowtow to.
Pathetic.
So I quote tweeted them and said, "You're a gay retard." So the joke was, you know, you're engaging in that I'm criticizing saying gay retarded sensibilities of the left.
Yeah,
So
but
that
even that
makes you-
initial message doesn't really have much context to justify using gay in that way either, right?
Is it the gay? Is that the main issue? Is it the gay thing?
I would say retarded too, but I think that you're less likely to like meet me where I'm at on that one.
Okay, but the thing is with the gay thing is the reason it works. The reason it works is
Because they're
What,
gays.
they're gay?
no, it's because it's such a schoolyard. It is a fucking. It's the kind of thing you'd hear in a school playground, right? And people getting upset by what is essentially like a school ground insult is funny. To me, anyway.
It's pathetic. What kind of humor is that?
Is so
you're
what?
just-
What? Okay.
So you're saying it just because it's funny because it's
A
like,
first time resign.
like
Yes,
schoolyard
exactly.
humor, or...
Yeah,
Okay.
that's the whole. There's
I
nothing
just
more,
said
you
the
know,
same
elaborate than
thing.
that.
Yeah, but
So-
isn't saying the N word in a Call of Duty lobby similar, right? Like,
yeah, but that'll get me banned off Twitter, so I can't do that, can I?
okay, gotcha. If it wasn't, you would though. Okay, gotcha.
Are you okay? I mean, sure. The thing is like if you're, is it like the right thing to do? Is it like, supportive of LGBT? Like,
this-
sure, like it's probably going to upset people. Using gay as a pejorative is going to upset people, and I get that, And if that means that people are that upset with me that they start some drama or they want to like cut ties, something like that, or they don't want to watch me anymore, then so be it.
So bad.
But I don't know. Like, I
there
guess the
anything-
question would be is like, when you're talking about me, what do you expect from me? Like, what are you wanting me to do, or what are you? Talk to me.
True.
I would say that I would expect anybody in the sphere to not attack or use pejoratives based on like sexuality. I think that is like a little bit
Just think it's a schoolyard level
a little
joke,
bit too far.
therefore, okay.
I feel like
True.
we're all sort of on
This
board.
is so
with that's
pathetic,
not okay.
so
And I would say
childish.
that like if you
What?
had done that on Twitch, like if I called you a gay retard right now, unironically, right? If we were in a heated debate or something, and I just you're fucking gay and retarded, that would probably be ban worthy.
I think
on
so. Yeah.
Twitch. Yeah. So like, even outside of a TOS perspective, like I think that when you use pejoratives in that way,
At least some
maybe
pushback. Oh my
retard to like a
god.
lesser extent, but I think that when you
But
start
I'd see
calling people
zero.
gay as a pejorative like that, you're just one step away from faggot at that point, right? And it's like the same type of joke, right? Sorry, was that a bit too much? Was that a?
No, it's fine. You're allowed to say it, so it's all good.
Oh right, yeah.
I've got to be cautious. I've got to
What
use
do
like.
you mean by that, Chud?
Wait, it
I gotta be cautious. My bottom line. My bottom line, mate.
sounds like I'm calling you that, doesn't it? Jesus, what the fuck? Jesus Christ. Well, no, it's. Look. I would not. Listen. I would not. There are people that I know. Certain discords I'm familiar with where the F slur gets thrown about. That's not really my cup of tea. Okay, that's not really what
Well,
I'm
at least
about.
for now.
I think gay is meeting in the middle.
Maybe you're
But
just
then even
not
then, I
free
don't
enough.
know if I really.
Just
Oh,
yet.
my camera's gone. Oh,
You're just
hang on.
not free enough just yet.
You got it.
You have to free yourself.
Professional
from
streamer,
the
by the way.
shackles.
let me fix that.
Free yourself
Sure,
from the
I guess that for me-
shackles.
Gay is the compromise, right? To me,
Okay.
gay is
Is
the
it?
compromise because I can't say the F word. I mean, it's making it sound like I'm so desperate. No, you've got to give
You're
me
really
this.
digging the trench, aren't you?
You got to give me this, please. You got to let me call people gay.
I mean, you said it, not me.
when I'm not even really that like committed to it, I don't think I rarely
That's so.
do it on stream and use it in that way. It's just a bit of exuberance. It's like when Richard Spencer did the Roman salute in that meeting that one time. Just a bit of exuberance, a bit of once in a while, cutting loose. I mean, I know you yourself are familiar with this with some of the ableism.
Oh no.
Yes. Yeah.
Is that so?
Wait,
So,
what do
like-
you mean by that?
So, obviously, you are against these words, but I believe you've used, without, hopefully we don't have to dig into the evidence, but, you sometimes do a little bit of ableism, right?
I might have. Yeah.
Oh, I
you know
might
what?
have.
I've been tempted more to recently, actually, and
Mhm.
I think it's come from not being online, actually,
tempting.
which is weird.
What?
like just memeing and like group chats or whatever, I feel it's more normalized, and I feel like if I'm in that sort of environment, I'm more likely to use it.
So you're
But
basically,
yeah, I try to at least like
so
when
you're
I'm,
basically just a mindless sponge that just goes outside, like hears a lot of slurs and starts thinking, okay, this is good, I guess. What the hell?
public, not engage in that, because I recognize that it has that sort of effect on people, right? If I recognize that when I'm in a space where that's normalized, and I'm more likely to do it, then I know that if I use it in my own community, then other people are more likely to do it. So it is that sort of like public versus private distinction.
Okay, so you think the issue is like the publicly stating of it? And
Those
stuff
people really believe in nothing.
I think so, especially when you have an influence on a community. I would say so,
Empty
yeah.
people.
What impact do you think it has?
It just normalizes it, right, in your own community at the very least. Like we said earlier, like the way that you talk about women, sometimes leads to people in your community taking it a little bit too far. If I was to normalize that, like using retard in my community, it would probably normalize in a way that I wouldn't feel comfortable with it eventually, right? So I'd rather just not normalize that.
Sure, I guess the thing would be that that word, or the kind of like some of the memes, the ableist memes, it would become an issue then if people were to start, like much like the misogyny thing, if there's some sort of targeting of women that occurs that I find bad, that's when it would be an issue. So if I got to a point where I felt that
This is getting tiresome.
they were targeting disabled people in some way, like if I brought a disabled person up and that word was being used in a very targeted way, or like with the gay thing, if there was a story of like gay stuff happening, and
He's
they
basically
was
covering
making,
his
like,
bases.
homophobic comments unironically, or like
What he
targeted
means.
at the person. But I mean, the problem with that, I guess, the gay thing is like whenever there's stories or information or stuff about gay things, people just giga chat it. People think being gay is giga chat. So
What?
I think because of the lack of the women element. But
Giga
yeah,
chat?
I suppose for me, the time at which I
Such
would
embarrassing
reflect on
content.
this sort of language would be if it got to a point where my community was like targeting people on that basis. That I think is probably where I'd start to draw the line, I guess.
Yeah, I think that like, so I'll use myself
So-
as an example. So if I had normalized using gay as a pejorative like that in my own community, maybe sometime around, when the election cycle was happening, and Pete Buttigieg was like in the discourse, and people were already attacking him for his his sexuality. If I had normalized that type of behavior in my community, I don't think it's too much of a stretch to say that might end up being used against somebody that is already seen as like a political opponent, as like Pete Buttigieg, for instance, right? If I was going around calling people gay retards, maybe they would have called like Pete Buttigieg a gay retard. It's just like probably it's stuff like that makes me hesitant to even dip my toes into it.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah.
I can see where you're coming from. I think that
Do you?
I would certainly, be cognizant or aware of like this issue, this concern, and if it got to a point where there was this targeting or something like that, I would certainly look to pull it back, or like I did with the Kuma stuff, be critical of it, and
less so preventative and more so like reacting to oversteps in your community or whatever.
Yeah, I think that's the approach I'd take. Yeah. I guess that's where I stand with it.
I see.
I think that's okay. I think it's just recognizing that that might have a consequence is as long as you recognize that, yeah.
Do you?
Yeah. And the thing is, I've seen it happen with some of the misogyny stuff, so certainly it can have an impact. Yeah, okay.
Let me
Anything
see.
else?
Do you think that I know you said it's mostly a meme, but like, have you moved from the left in any substantive way?
Yes. Yeah.
Like in your
Were you
actual,
ever
like,
in there?
beliefs, not just in like your rhetoric or the type of content that you do or the way it affects your coverage or anything like that?
Yeah,
I
you've decided
this feels
to.
like I'm gonna do like a sort of
Yeah,
the
you've
lame
decided to advocate for what you want less.
thing, but it's like
It's a big change.
the way I've moved away from the left has made me even more left. And what I mean by that
That's
is like
BS.
I think probably like a couple of years ago, I was a lot more like revolutionary minded. It was like, oh my god, yeah, could
That's
be
what I
like
was
a
going to bring up.
revolution,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
And I think that that's something that I probably would have had more. I thought that was going to happen, but then, in considering and looking at like the material circumstances that
Am I?
exist in the United States,
Well, you can't help
like
it.
a kind of
Like,
lefty thing to do in my
not
mind.
very good.
I end up arriving at the position where, well, who the fuck
He
is
said-
going to get a rifle and charge towards?
It's so many horrible things today, just like in this video, about not advocating for what you believe in, that his parents get wasted on it, and that speaks about doing things in real life, but he won't do that either. Like, come on. So pathetic.
You know,
Come on,
government
Chologic.
building. Because people are kind
Get
of
gripped.
quite happy with their lot in life, right? Like they've got,
Yeah,
music-
oftentimes the people that are, the loudest about the revolution, TM, are often the ones that are least likely to actually engage in it, right?
yeah,
Oh,
exactly.
Exactly.
People that have got,
Right,
kind of
right.
college students, right? It's a meme, but you see this a
Oh
lot
my
with people that have got
God.
like reasonably wealthy parental backgrounds and they're in college or they've, whatever.
Oh
It's
my
like
God.
these are the people calling and pushing for this, but they're not the people that would be fighting. It would be like the pros. It would be like
The
poor
what?
people who traditionally historically haven't had anything. But in America, if you're poor, you've got a pretty decent standard of life, unless you're at the absolute bottom rung.
I'm sorry, what?
30K per
I'm sorry. Can I hear that again? In the US, if you're poor, you've got you've got a decent level of life. If you're poor in the US, are you okay?
parental backgrounds and they're in college or they've whatever. It's like
Shad himself is calling it memes on one hand, and on the other plays dumb and pretends he doesn't understand how rhetoric can spread sentiments. No, he said he didn't care unless it directly leads to a crime being committed. He doesn't care.
these are the people calling and pushing for this, but they're not the people that would be fighting. It would be like the pros. It would be like poor
Yeah.
people who traditionally historically haven't had anything. But in America, if you're poor, you've got a pretty decent standard of life, unless you're like
If you're poor in America, you've got a pretty decent standard of life. Can I see citation? Because I know regions in the US where poor people have a really, really low standard of life, actually. Like, what do you mean? People live in trailers in the US. Is that a high standard of living? Like, what is this? There are whole neighborhoods in the US of homeless people. What are you talking about?
the absolute bottom rung. If you're earning 30K per annum, you're probably pretty comfortable in terms of like
Poor people are
amenities, right?
comfortable in the US. Okay.
So even that and moving away from the concept of, oh, maybe there could be some revolution is just reasserting that actually look at the reality around you and you see probably isn't going
you're-
to happen.
that you're well off. Right.
Like electoral politics is the main
Like, this
thing.
is so ridiculous saying that, like, just because the US is, like, this is the logic. This is the chat logic. Just because the US is a rich country doesn't mean that poor people, like, are super comfortable. Source: he drove by a lower middle class neighborhood on the way to TwitchCon. This is ridiculous. Like, this is so annoying. This is so annoying to hear. To say like, oh, poor people in this country, because this country is rich, then that must mean, it must follow that all poor people have a high standard of living. No. This is ridiculous. Like, the US is a huge country. There are a lot of poor people that like barely. Isn't there like, don't most people in the US just live from wage to wage actually? Or something like that? Like, that if something happened and there would be a medical crisis, then a lot of people would not be able to afford it? Like, this is one of the worst claims in this whole video.
Down. More radical elements can maybe pull in a certain direction, but at most you're probably going to be looking at unionization and strikes and stuff like that, rather than an upheaval of society. And I think things like Chaz really opened my eyes to how fucking insane and crazy.
Insane.
And when anarchists and leftoids, they just replicate the problems that exist in normal society
Insane.
with their new systems, and Chaz was a great example of that. So
Insane.
these people that claim to have the answers don't, and they just, when they implement it, it just fucks up. It's terrible. So
I
some of
think an
these
analysis
Like,
on the more revolutionary
ridiculous.
side of leftism is
Hello,
lacking when it comes
Shiranui,
to
welcome to
what
the
does it
stream.
actually take to have a successful revolution. Because
Yeah.
like, if you're really wanting to transfer to a leftist mode of production,
Like, people on the left do not scream about revolution all the time. You saying that just shows how little you know about anything. How detached you are actually from politics and everything. If you claim that people on the left just scream about doing a revolution all the time. Ridiculous. I'm not even gonna entertain that with a response.
or socialist mode, or however you want to call it. If you're wanting to take steps towards, a leftist society, I think recognizing when it's at all feasible is important. And like, I think that the goal, because I still consider myself a
So I'm gonna say it now, okay? Revolutions do not happen. Revolutions are not neatly planned and happen under nice and feasible circumstances. Nobody calmly plans a revolution and thinks, oh, now is the feasible time. Now is the perfect time to do a revolution. That's not how revolutions have ever worked. Like, what is this nonsense? Also, why I have some new viewers here, I would like to encourage you to... Maybe he's just showing his true colors. Maybe there was no 180. Maybe that's just how he is and has been. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? But that's how just Chilla Jack has been. So speaking of paychecks, you can contribute to my paycheck by becoming a Patreon. Even $1 is a lot to me because I live in Poland and my currency is much weaker than the dollar.
in some sense. It's hard to, I don't know. My politics are always evolving, and I think that you're kind of in a similar boat as well. Because I think that you still
mean
consider yourself
devolving.
like a Marxist, correct? In some sense. I know that you use like a class analysis
that
that's
so?
often based in like leftism. A lot of
Marxist?
the times you say you make a pretty big emphasis.
I'm gonna laugh so hard if Chad Logic says that he considers himself a Marxist. I will laugh so hard.
That sort of stuff, right?
Yeah, like,
Is this
class first
for real?
society or something like that is...
Is this for real? Are you gonna still claim to be a Marxist? That's just rich. Too rich for my blood.
I probably would still call myself that, sure.
Really?
I don't like all the baggage that comes with it, right? Like, people have got
Yeah,
certain
exactly.
ideas, right? And it's like, I don't believe
Yeah.
in all of it. It's just, there's certain
You don't
elements
believe in
analysis
any
I
of
think are
it.
really key and important.
Yeah, using it almost like a lens and not necessarily like
yeah.
a set of prescriptions, right?
Nobody.
Yeah, I
It is a lens.
relate
What?
with that a lot. But
I
I think
see.
that like what I was saying is that I think the focus for that sort of activism or like movement should be
Activism?
getting
No,
status quo.
stop. Chad Logic is not doing any activism. He said it multiple times. So now stop trying to say that he is doing any activism now. What?
closer and closer to, you know, a material reality where, you know, revolution would actually be
Activism.
feasible or possible. And I think that is often lacking in the conversation when you have lefties just on Twitter talking about we need a revolution right now, we need to abolish the police right now, we
True.
need to do this or that right now. It's just like, well, we should probably just focus on taking steps towards that goal instead, right?
It's the terminal lack of spine and willingness to commit to anything. That's what it is, Grammar Kami.
Yeah, or you know, even steps towards maybe not needing the kind of upheaval that people are looking for.
People are not looking for
Like, you know,
upheaval. What is this?
If you get to a point where people are like
Nobody's looking for upheaval.
catered for in every aspect, why have the upheaval? There's a
Oh yeah, because everybody knows that everyone is just catered to in society, to all of their needs. Are you being serious right now, Chad Logic? Are you being serious?
real
Yeah,
you know,
at a certain point, do you really, if everybody's needs are being met to a certain level, do you even really need a revolution at that point, right?
yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
exactly.
Mhm.
And obviously, we're not there yet, but it could be that through technological development and alleviating.
Through technology. Oh my god. Are we gonna hear all the memes? My god.
Of the extremities of
What a joke.
the economic structure, you get to a point where everyone is catered for, and it's like, well, people are kind of okay. Like, we don't need to have the mass upheaval, you know, just for the sake of saying we overthrew the economic system, and we've now got.
And Chad Logic was the one to claim that people around him are not in touch with reality. Just keep that in mind when you listen to what he is talking about right now. That he's not into unrealistic and unfeasible solutions.
A blank slate, and yeah, I think there's a number
Like
of ways
what?
to look at it, but we're so far away from where we need to be on a lot of these issues that it just seems like, you know,
Pointless. Fantasizing, yeah.
yeah, exactly. It's just
Then
like
why are you
fantasizing, right?
engaging in that fantasizing?
At the end of the day, as much as people hate to admit this, without a significant like worker push towards some sort of strike-based advocacy, like
We need significant work and push if we want change. And this is why I'm not gonna do any of that, any work or any pushing. Chad Logic, January, or rather February 2023. So nice.
voting for the Democrats is
It needs a lot
it's the
of
only
work.
game in town. Like, what else
Yeah.
is there? What else? What other action can you take that requires such a little effort as to vote?
Strike
that
based.
could
No, Chad,
potentially get
we
you-
need a general strike right now, okay?
Well,
They're
you
so
know,
stupid.
You see these these general strike calls, and it's like on the 17th of December we're gonna have a general strike, and it's like
Who does the calls?
structure. Like, how the
Yeah.
fuck are people supposed to have a general
There is a
strike?
strike based
you know?
stuff
It comes
happening
down
right
to
now
like
in
a
UK.
complete disconnect from the
Massive
average person,
strikes,
right? The
yeah.
average working class person isn't really in a position to be able to general strike. So why the fuck are you calling for it at that point? You know?
Yeah, it just seems really delusional, and a lot of the more radical people that you
These
see.
people are so silly. Healthcare's worker went striking for months now, but Chad Logic doesn't care about stuff like that. You know, he's a Marxist, you know. He's more in tune with reality.
In the discourse, it just
He's a Marxist,
it's
you
just
see.
yeah, it's just delusion completely removed from like what the concern of the kind of like normal working man is, as much as that doesn't exist. But you know, like someone that's-
Oh yeah, because Chad Logic is totally in touch with the working man. Oh yeah. Sure.
working a 9 to 5 and going
Yeah.
about
Chad Logic knows all about the plight of the working man.
their job. They don't like their boss. They want a bit more money. They want better conditions. They don't want to work as many hours. You know, like they don't want complete upheaval. They don't want to have like, oh, I want to have a vote in what uniform we wear or whatever fucking bullshit. You know, they just want a better lot. You know, they want a slight improvement on this. Where they are, and they want to do it. They want to do a decent day's work for a decent day's pay. And you know, It seems like a lot of honor lefties just to.
You could make that argument under feudalism very easily. You could make that argument under feudalism extremely easily. You know, those extremist anti-monarchists want to just uproot everything, but you know, a regular peasant just doesn't want any of that. A regular peasant, like, you're so out of touch with what regular peasants want. They just want a good meal at the end of the day. They want to do the work for the Lord, and they want to be compensated with being able to live calmly without trouble, and you know, they eat 3 meals a day. That's enough for most people, right? They serve the crown and they're happy, and you just do not prove it all. You're so out of touch with reality, mate. Like, this is like, you could easily make the exact same argument, you know? This is so pathetic. What the hell?
Completely averse to that, and they're fantasizing about what they're going to do after the communist revolution.
Nobody's
delusional.
fantasizing about
Yeah.
after the communist revolution.
To move to a different
Nobody's
direction.
doing that.
And I probably only have a couple more questions, and then we could probably wrap up. But has this sort of shift in the way that you've conducted yourself in the past 2 years resulted in any sort of loss of friendships or connections behind the scenes that sort of
Yeah, obviously.
you find unfortunate, or like how do you think that the way that you've shifted your content or the way that you present yourself has affected your relationships with other people in this space?
This is so pathetic.
On the whole, any sort of like relationships that have fallen apart,
That's not the
it's like
answer.
it then feels like in a lot of ways that was a conditional relationship.
That's
like
not
it's
an
conditional
answer to
on
the question.
and behave in a certain way.
Avoiding.
Whereas like true friendship doesn't matter. Like, you can be friends with a conservative, you can be friends with someone with a totally different political view. I've got friends that are like super transphobic in real life, you know, and it's like, I don't cut them off. I don't say I'm not. You know, you try and deal with that in whatever way you can, and you're not there lecturing them about the trans rights movement and stuff. You just kind of have to like accept pretty significant, what you consider significant flaws in,
No.
other people. So
This is such a self-report that I cannot believe it, you know? It's like, basically, it's like in the 30s, like, sorry, considering what's happening with trans rights right now, like what he just said is like, oh, the Nazis just took over power in the 30s. And I have friends who are extremely anti-Semitic, but I'm not just gonna write them off because they have some flaws. Like, screw you and your friends. Screw you and your friends.
you know, if
What
someone's
the
coming to
hell?
you and they're saying like, you know, you've been in this grooming controversy. Do you remember Trekkie 69?
Yes, unfortunately.
What do you think of Trekkie 69, eh? What are your thoughts
He's
on them?
He was a gay retard.
Oh God! Dude.
sorry. I the Chud community is rubbing off on me. No,
Okay.
no, I just generally insufferable, I would say. Yeah.
Yeah. So like, this is one of the most vivid things I can remember from like that grooming thing, and that's a big piece of my development, right? Like, all the people that came out and
Development.
fucking stabbed me in the back over that. And Corvidae was another example of someone who just vague tweeted about me, never spoke to them again, you know.
So
They
pathetic,
messaged me behind
Logic.
the scenes, were like, look, you're too controversial. I can't stand by you anymore. Like, we're done. And at the time, amongst all the flood of people that were saying, you know, we're done or whatever, it's like, fucking hell, another one, you know? But then I look back on it and I think,
And that point about capitalism being all-encompassing and even incorporating its oppositions is already daring guy towards society of spectacle. Like, this is
Trekkie
like
69,
the whole thing about Friends is a self-report, in my opinion.
was
Especially considering our current political climate.
just like a weight around my ankle, right? Like,
Didn't really provide anything of substance, no value
No.
in the community.
You don't provide anything of substance of value. Before like expecting people to provide for you, you provide anything for them, Chad Logic.
Anything like that, yeah.
no, and you know, I'd get them on my stream, and look, I appreciate their, you know, some stuff going on, but like the way they conducted on stream was very challenging to deal with when you're trying to run like a stream and have like a panel or something, you know. And it feels like there's a lot of those kinds of people that kind of excise themselves. I think there's like probably people
Like I don't have in real life. I don't have friends that are bigots. Period. Like I'm sorry. I have like this is so pathetic. It's called having standards when it comes to friends. And I live in Poland, and that's not easy to have friends that are not bigots. Okay.
like, for example, like, you know, I haven't spoken to Jangle Science Lad in ages. And I don't think it's like that there's bad blood between us, but it just feels a bit awkward. Like, you know,
By nature of the sort of space that he's in, you kind of assume that like, well, maybe
Yeah.
there is some tension there, right?
yeah. And it's like, you know, should I reach out to them? I mean, I hope they're doing okay. I wish the best for them, but like, you know, and Freems is a really good example of this where,
Okay.
you know, Freems is such an absolute solid dude, but for a long time he kept associations, which is fine with me. I'm not the kind of person that's guilt by association, but I always felt like, well, I can't engage with him or talk to him or even maybe pop by a stream.
Yeah,
sometime
exactly. Like, why
because
would you be friends
he's
with
friends
huge
with people that
bigots?
despise me, you know? So it was kind of like that unspoken thing of like, I'm just going to let you do your thing. I don't want to step on your toes or ruin a relationship
Is
for you.
this for real?
So, you know, but then eventually it comes to a head and they realize they can't sustain those relationships because of the guilt by association their end. So I think sometimes it's just a matter of a passage of time and eventually these situations sort themselves out.
Yeah.
Oh,
But
that's
it's kind of the unspoken,
situations just
feeling of, like, a
sort
lack of,
themselves out.
like,
Okay.
you know, relationships, I guess. Like,
Mm-hmm.
there's people that still follow me on Twitter, and I'm scrolling past and I hover over their name, and it's like they still follow me. I'm like, how are you still following me? Like, I know the friends you keep. Like, how the fuck have you not?
They've turned
unfollowed me?
they've turned from friendly follows to hate followers.
Possibly, yeah, maybe the hate follows. But then I've also got like this suspicion sometimes of like, I feel that probably there's some people that discreetly live vicariously through me a bit, right? And it's like they probably hate some of the shit too. They think it's annoying because they're ingratiated in some of these communities. They feel they can't speak out about it, so they look at
Yeah.
me popping up.
What are
and
you
they're
even
like,
talking
That's a
about
bit
right
too
now?
much, but he's kind of got a point, you know. He's kind of got a point on that one. So maybe
I
there's an
don't-
element of
Yeah,
that.
I've definitely been in that position before. I think that before I quit streaming, I found myself in that position a lot
Oh,
because
you quit streaming.
my Discord server was kind of a center for people to just filter in and out of whenever they wanted to. You know, other creators, and you know, you would filter in and out of there.
Yeah, exactly.
Freems would, Vivian
Bigotry.
would.
That's actually well said. Bigotry goes beyond just difference in political opinion. Like, wishing for a whole group of people not to exist is not a political opinion. You know? What is this?
A lot of people that kind of had a foot in both spaces, so to speak, right? Like the people that were in both the further left communities, but also in this sort of, I don't know what you would call this community, this side, but and I would get that a lot. I would get people like Vivian saying,
conservatives?
she does have to deal with people being like, well, why are you friends with Mindwaves? You know, shit like that. Freems as well, you know, other people as well, and that does sort of suck that the left side of this space, the further left side of the space, has this sort of puritanical aspect to it where you can't really even associate with certain people without having your own character.
No, screw you with that, you know? It's not puritanical not to want to associate with super bigots. Like, sorry, not sorry. Like, there is a point to be made about, like, purity testing in the left, but But things like saying, oh, I've got friends that are super transphobes and so people would not like it. Like, screw you, that's not puritanism. That's having standards when it comes to friends. I'm sorry to see that you have none.
Being questioned or without putting your
What the
own
hell?
friendships with other people in jeopardy.
People
I
abuse
think
the
that's
word puritanism.
unfortunate. Like I don't want lefty spaces to be that. But,
Yeah, you want more bigots in
Yeah,
the lefty spaces.
nowadays it is completely freeing to not have to worry,
Worry
about,
about that.
any of that at all. It's like I can be
True,
friendly
you
with who I
can
want.
be
You know, I remember way back
racist.
in the day getting added to a group chat
Right.
with Alabrow, and you know, in order to come on my stream, you know, it floated it from coming on my stream, but oh no, Chod Logic, you associate with mind waves. I can't have that now. Like,
Oh
that
really?
is-
Was that really
yeah,
a
yeah.
thing? Oh wow.
Yeah, okay.
I've never even
Yeah,
heard of
basically that's
mind
what it was.
waves.
It was like we got added to a group chat, and he sort of said, "You platform Mind Waves and Dario, who was obviously
I don't even
Warm
know who
Panels at the
mind waves
time."
is. He looks like
And
a
and he was like, "Yeah, I can't.
he
I can't
doesn't
want
sound
to
very
associate with those people." And I said, "Well,
smart,
I'm not going to
that's
like
for sure.
not associate with them just to have you on." And that was it. He wasn't interested. But yeah, the other thing
I
I
do
find-
feel like it sort of corrects itself after a while.
yeah,
right?
yeah,
Like
it does. Yeah,
Yeah.
it does. And you know, the other thing that's annoying as well is like the kind of private DM, and I appreciate people are trying to sort stuff out privately, and I respect that to a point. But it's like there's this kind of subtle pressure that's
I need to go to the toilet real quick. Be right back, and then we continue. I have returned. It is very freeing to stand for nothing, right? How freeing indeed it is not to have to care about anything, not to have to hold any positions. You know? How freeing indeed to be free of positions.
applied to you to kind of
Thank
do
you.
something about a situation, you know, and that can be kind of frustrating.
I always tell people like that, look, you either are going to make these criticisms to me publicly or I'm not going to have this conversation. Like sitting in my DMs, like begging me to change my content is the dumbest shit you could possibly do. I don't respect it at all. Actually, I hate when people take disagreements to
Why,
DMs
because it's not
like,
content.
if you want to really disagree with me, I've
Then
made
make-
all the shit that you disagree with publicly. Just criticize me publicly. Like
Yeah, so
fucking,
it's gonna be
you know, I
content?
don't know. Like say it with your chest is my perspective, right?
No, what you're really saying is make it content for me.
And yeah, I think this is why I got to with like the thumbnail
Hello,
situation.
thank you.
You know, it's like there are times when I think maybe there has been something which
Yes, he's
causes a
genuinely a
genuine
grifter.
problem. Like Dario, I think something had gone on a thumbnail that made it sound like he was doing like proper rape apology. And he pointed out to me and said, "Listen, mate, like, I'm getting messages of people saying to me, what's going on?" So in that case, it was like, okay, we'll change that. But then there's other people that are just kind of like, and this is like what happened with Aiko. Like she was just upset that it was framed spicily, but it was a fairly accurate representation of what happened.
Aiko's always upset though about something.
Sure, yeah, exactly. But it was tricky because
No.
it's like she's messaging me about this. Like,
Aiko's
privately, and
not.
it's like, you know, this is
What? Aiko's not always upset about something. What the hell? What is this now?
I was also on holiday. This is part of that whole drama. But it's kind of like, fuck, like, you know, what am I going to do about this? And one of these I'd actually approved as well. And I'd said it was okay. And she was upset about it. You know, so it just creates this kind of friction that you've got to try and resolve and deal with. But
Oh,
nowadays,
Aiko, the hysterical woman, I guess. I'm in the weird position that I generally agree with the left, but I don't know anything about the political discourse beyond surface level stuff. So I feel like I don't know enough for it to matter. Well, you know, we can always learn more. We can always try to talk to other people, get involved, you know. Try to see what we can do. Like, for me, I'm treating this year as the year of solidarity. Are you on the Discord, perhaps? Can always discuss as a group what can be done, what sort of things you want to see, and how you can move towards that, right? You can ask people to recommend you things to read as well. You know? Oh, yeah. Anastasia. But yeah.
unless there is something super egregious that I think, yeah, this is like way too far. My perspective is, yeah, it's a thumbnail. It's going to be provocative.
Discuss those things
completely
and organize,
smearing some
right?
aspect of you, then it's kind of going to stay up like that, you know?
Yeah, I get that.
So yeah, some of it now is just kind of, I guess, leaning into it a bit more. By the way, do you have any? I don't know if this is actually going to go on YouTube or not. We need more fighting, maybe, if we want it to go on YouTube.
Yeah, of course.
But do you have any requests on the thumbnail? Is there anything you don't want to happen, just in case?
Anything for me personally on
Yeah, yeah.
thumbnails? I just hate when people use like fucking 2 or 3 year old pictures of me. Like,
Okay.
use a current picture, please. That's all I would say. Yeah. I hate when people use pictures of when I actually used to have hair. It's like, oh,
Aiko is extremely patient to the point of permissive. Even she's mad at you, you're going out of the airlock. Like, yeah, like, she's always upset about something. Okay,
But,
all right.
yeah.
By the way, is it just male pattern baldness? Is that the situation, or is it a choice?
No, I mean it was, yeah. Like I mean even 2 or 3 years ago my hairline was sort of getting fucked and I recognize that. And I had long hair, and long hair with a receding hairline or thinning hair isn't good. So I was like, I'm just gonna embrace the baldness. I shaved my head and I liked it, and I was like, well, I'm just gonna stick with this, you know? Like fuck it.
Mhm.
And it's fucking a little bit liberating. I mean, shaving all the time fucking sucks, but it feels nice not to worry about hair. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I just do you think maybe you do it a Tim Pool though?
Well, I was wearing beanies all the time even before the baldness, right?
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, you can find pictures of me in like 8th grade with like a full on like lion's mane, still wearing a beanie. So
Yeah, because you know I have got the old receding hairline. Eventually, it's going to go, so I'm just kind of getting tips ready.
I
think
don't
I'm
really
okay for
know
now,
mind waves that
but
much.
like, there's going to come a point.
Well,
There's-
you have the cheat code. You have the full beard. You
That's
you
true.
can rock a bald head just by nature of that alone. Honestly.
That is true. Do you ever have a
我先去刷牙。
What the fuck is that?
你这个
I'm
内内
sorry.
跑过来
There was an Asian woman speaking in the background. I had a
Hate when
sleeping
that
stream on
happens.
by mistake. But yeah, okay,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. I mean, the funny thing is I feel like some bold people get a lot of shit for being bold, and others don't, and you don't really seem to. Why do you think that is?
I'm sorry. What was the question? I was looking at your chat reacting to me.
This
What
feels
was that
like
one?
You never seem to get much shit for being bold.
Me? Personally?
I mean, maybe you do. I just don't notice it. But no one ever seems to have a go at you for it. Whereas other people get loads of shit for being bold.
I don't think a lot of people know, to be honest. I think that a lot of people just assume I have hair under there.
Got
fascinating.
it. Okay. I mean, that is literally the Tim Pool. Like Tim Pool wears his beanie because he's bold.
For that
right?
reason. Yeah, for sure.
But yours is a different reason. It's because you want to.
I mean, well, it's because I had to, but yeah. I mean, well, not the beanie, but like, yeah.
Okay.
Like I said, I've always worn a beanie. I've always been the beanie guy. So
Mhm.
Okay.
I kind of hate when people are like Tim Pool or whatever. It sucks too because I also skate and then Tim Pool skates as well. I feel like fuck, dude, the overlap is insane. But yeah,
Okay.
I don't care.
Anyway, listen.
Somehow.
You said you had a couple more questions. What else have you got for me?
nothing really. I was gonna bring up one thing is that I think it's really funny that I know I took a break for a couple of years and just barely hopped in this space and probably a lot of people that just don't even know about me that are like relatively new viewers in
Good.
the space or whatever. But I think it's really it's actually really funny to me that like in your community or other people's community, I'm now seen as like some sort of like hyper soy, hyper like lefty pure like
Imagine
I am
saying
thrown
soy
into the pool of
unironically.
people that I am constantly criticizing, and I just think that is funny to me because I remember a time where I was the edgy motherfucker on this platform, and everybody was
Yeah.
scared to associate with me, right? So it's funny being on the receiving end of the other side of the spectrum. I don't know. Yeah,
These
Mhm.
motherfuckers don't know about the Mayo 6 days, do they?
they don't know, but they'll learn. Right?
They'll learn eventually.
Yeah.
Well,
Mhm.
you know, there's two names that seem to be popping out from my community with you. It's Soy Waves, or also Mine Waves, like the German.
I like that
mine.
one.
That's a
yeah,
good one.
that second one has a good ring to it. Yeah.
But yeah, no, I mean, for the people that don't know, I mean, you are the N-word man, basically, right?
Well, I don't like when you say it like that, but yeah.
But for anyone who doesn't know, you hosted the
Mhm.
panel, the famous panel where Destiny came on to defend his use of the N-word in private, and you brought some black people on to fight him about it. That's basically what
Yeah.
happened, right?
Yeah, that was what happened. And then all the fallout that happened with like Bad Bunny and being called sexist because I didn't have enough women on the platform. And then
Mhm.
I was doing the thing that you did where you just lean into it, like, yeah, I am sexist, like, yeah, fuck women. And I did that shit for a long time. And I probably needed to tone that down
Nice.
like a little bit even back then. But yeah.
Great.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
I mean, how do you
Based.
how do you like? Obviously, I was
Not
giving you a bit of
soy.
stick on that panel the other
My
day
gosh.
about well, how long you might hang around this time for, or something like that. Is this it? Are you going to be able to sustain like whatever your schedule is at the moment? Do you think?
Yeah, I've been very inconsistent on the schedule that I even
Are they?
put out.
They're
but,
finishing up.
Yeah, I'm trying to. I'm trying to be,
I've had
be
enough.
consistent to that
Enough.
schedule, which is
If you've enjoyed this segment, then subscribe and ring the bell. Now we're gonna play the game a bit together as a family. You know, we've had enough stress. We need a nice video game with nice music, okay? You promise me? You promise? Oh, with hype music. This is what we need. Bam 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 bam. Bam 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 bam. This is what we need, you guys. Wait, the screen is frozen? Why is this screen frozen? Hold on. Ah, okay. Thank you, thank you. Then enjoy. Enjoy Jingle. Punchard Secret Fest. And then we'll do some study. Yakaba. Yoink yoink. Charlotte Jack attacked me for not being attacked by those lefty birds, for not towing the line, you say. I decided I'm my own person now. Not gonna, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? I think you know what I mean. Okay. Charge 5. Talk about. Yeah, this is great music, isn't it? Summoner. Swirling bolts gather and strike with power. Bolt 2. Yoink! Punch hard. I guess I just attacked. Yep. Let's see. Hey, yeah. How do you like in the game? Summoner. Mogo. Mogri. Funky Bong. Healing. Oh, are you gonna use the new skill? Secret Fest. Da, 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 da. Wow. I'm winning. I'm definitely winning now. Only 2 enemies left. Destroy the enemy! Uh-oh. Marguerite? Birdie. Yes, boss. Yeah. We will destroy the enemies. What the? Balls too. Ooh, level up. Let's see if you will miss. You're afflicted by darkness. Come on. Alright, charge one. Oh no. There you go. We're gonna have the story now. But first, let's learn some skills, Gigglers. Let's learn to steal weapons. Data. Save. Okay, now we should be doing very well. Information. Ability. Learn. Thief. Steal weapon. Oh, Archer. +7. Ifrit. Shiva. Okay, let's go. Story time. It is story time. Politi! Politi. In a Politi game. Wah, 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 wah. I wish I could take out one more person, but I cannot, sadly. Thieves Fort. Whoa. Butter. It's raining. It's raining. Communication of the main units be cut off. It's over. No way, it's not over yet. I agree. It continues until the nobles apologize to us. My brother, his views are too optimistic. Enemy attack. Ramza helped me save the Marquise. What the heck? Ramza helped me save the Marquise. I'll stay until the end. This is not easy. Or it has been not easy when I've been doing this last. What are you wearing? No accessories, Darkness, nice. Indulge in the darkness. Chakra. Oh, this is good. All right. Dedita, your turn. Argus. Yeah, throw stones from your glass house. Dun, dun. Oh. I bet she has accessories. I can steal. Throw stones from your glass houses. Balls. That's okay. Swirling bolts gather and strike with power. Bolts 2. Bam. Damn! Okay. Uh-oh, I've become a powerhouse. Oh my gosh! Are you wearing anything? Are you wearing anything? Lady Knight. You are powerist, I must get it. No matter what. Okay, I'm getting your powerist. Your powerist belongs to me. Alright, this is going well. Come here, I want to steal your equipment. Well, this is going extremely well. Oh, they're raising. Missed! Wow. That's okay. Argus. Stay. Don't. Okay, both still. Alright, that's it then. Amamugo. Okay. I'm stealing your equipment right now. I guess I can't. Come here. There we go. Woohoo. No, Argus, no! Leave her alone. Now I have to kill her. Sorry, Yoro. I ran out of chakra. Okay, steal. No, steal accessory. Guarded? No! Frank! Who do you think you are? We're not your animals. We're human, just like you. There's no difference among us other than our families. You ever been hungry? We've only soup to eat for months? Why do we have to suffer? Because you nobles deprive us our right to live. Human? Ridiculous. From the minute you were born, you had to obey us. From the second you were born, you were our animals. Says who? That's nonsense. Who decided all this? It's the will of heaven. Heaven? God would never say such things. In his eyes, all are equal. He'd never let this happen. Never. Animals have no God. Ramza. Is she really our enemy? The story is good as well, don't you think? Don't you think the story is good as well? No! What the hell? Oof. Screw you, Argus. I need an accessory. The power glove. Don't throw this. I need to give you item. I need to cure her. I would love to finish this level, but I cannot. Because I have things to steal. No! Ta 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 ta. Oh my gosh. I give you a high potion now. Don't be afraid. This is so unlucky for me so far. I need that power glove. I want it. I crave it. I destroy you, Argus. My bad, y'all. I ran out of chakra. Oh? No, Argus, no! Oof. No! Miss! I'm pissed. Lay down your swords, surrender, and we'll spare you. Go ahead. Kill us then. We're just animals. Kill us. You hate us that much? Ramza, kill her now. She's your enemy, an enemy of the Beowulfs. Understand? Your enemy. She's a loser who's lost sight of life. Losers cannot remain alive. If we don't kill her, she'll kill us. We can't coexist. Kill her, Ramza, with your own hands. Ramza, I don't see why she's our enemy. What did you say? Are you mad, Delita? She's not an animal. She's human, just like us. Are you betraying us? You too? Oh, sympathy, is it? Despicable creatures. You're my enemy as long as you belong to the Beowulfs. Don't forget it. Delita, we are... Jeez, what's wrong with you? Meanwhile, at Igros, capital of Garione, Beowulf Castle. Let go! Stop it! Let go of me! Hurry up. Ouch! Let go of my hand, brother! Damn, that's it! Are you alright, Alma? I'm okay, but Teta isn't. Yes, I know. Brother, I'm alright. What about Alma? Yes, I'm fine. What an awful wound. I never thought they'd come here. They're after me. 5 people were killed and Teta was kidnapped. After them, leave no stone unturned until you find them. Please don't talk anymore. Death corpse. Bastard. Are you alright? Hey, anybody there? Things are getting intense in the story. Intense, you know? This is the most political of Final Fantasy games, actually. I heard you destroyed the enemy's hideout. Good job. Leave the rest to Zarbag and relax for a while. No need to worry, it's not that bad of a wound. Teta, what about Teta? As soon as we find their base, Zarbak will attack in force. What? Death Corps is falling apart. Deserters are down to a few. Viegraf will be caught. It's just a matter of time. Teta, are you deserting, Teta? Don't worry, everything's all planned. We won't attack until Teta's returned, for certain. I'd never abandon Teta. She's like a sister to me. Wait, Delita, where are you going? Just calm down. Calm down? Are you kidding? I can't calm down. You don't know where she is. Don't waste your time. Waste my time? She's my only sister. Remember, Daisedark said he'd never abandon Teta, so don't. I can't breathe. I'm sorry, Ramza. Are you alright? Yeah. Never believe in the never. You mean my brother's lying? If I were him, I'd never save a common girl. What did you say? I say I won't send troops to save you commoners. How dare you? Stop it, Delita. Let go of me, damn you, let go. Heh, commoners are all alike. You'll never be nobles. Delita, you don't belong here. Understand, rascal? Damn you. Enough, Delita, and you too, Argus. Ramza, don't you see? He's not one of us. You see, Ramza, we nobles can't live with them. Lies. He's my good friend. We're like brothers. That's exactly the point. Don't act like friends. You are the son of a distinguished family. You cannot be with him. I'm sure your brothers would agree with me. Not all nobles are like you. I trust Ramza. Get lost. I never want to see you again. Don't say that. We're friends, aren't we? I won't say it again. Get lost. Their base is at Fort Zakaden. I heard it from your brother. There are several Kondons, so you can't attack them from the front, of course. And only way is to attack from the rear. Well, do your best, you spoiled rotten boy. Get out. It's a good game, isn't it? How do you like it? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. This is why the Final Fantasy Tactics Advance was such a disappointment to me. Well, let's see if there's anything new in the store. Nothing new. Wet bar. Rumor. Destruction of the Death Corps? It was revealed that the main group of the Death Corps, the Thieves, were close to annihilation due to the joint effort by the 4 groups of knights. According to official reports, the total number of thieves apprehended by the plan added up to approximately 700, and the death toll was approximately 3,000. Viegraf, the leader of the Death Corps, is yet to be apprehended, but the Hokten stated that it was just a matter of time. Hello, Servain. The Thieves' major players in the Death Corps are close to annihilation, but the Knights haven't been able to capture their leader Viegraf. Yet, although Hokten are in pursuit of the remaining members, an assault on high official occurred at the mansion of the well-known and respected Beowulf family. The target seems to have been Prince Larg's assistant, Daisedarg. Fortunately, the assassination attempt was unsuccessful. The best is yet to come. Quack! Quack! Beautiful. Somewhere Teta's watching the same sunset. Don't worry, Derita. I'm sure she's okay. I felt out of place for a long time. Are you thinking about what Argus said? I guess there are things you can't change, no matter what. Don't say that if you put effort into it. Could I be a general if I tried hard enough? I want to rescue Teta on my own, but I can't do a thing. I'm useless. Remember how Father taught us to play that reed flute? Thank you, Giggler. Yeah, this is a really good game, right? I think I'm gonna do like a video that will be the compilation of the story, you know? It's really nice, isn't it? Final Fantasy Tactique. Come on, Giggling. Very nice. Remember when Father taught us how to play the flute? Giggler. Come on, Giggling. Fitiru? Bessie. 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 Nothing new. I should buy some potion though. Yeah. It's really, really nice. This game is amazing. And I have to say this again, okay? This game is the reason why Final Fantasy Tactics Advance is such a disappointment. It was on Game Boy Advance, so the graphics were worse. The story was less. The story was worse as well. And it had the judge system, which was the worst, you know? Final Fantasy Tactics Advance story is just pales in comparison to this game, you know? The story of Tactics is just this good. Like, Final Fantasy Tactics Advance has a weak story compared to this. This Final Fantasy Tactics Adventure is about a bunch of kids that get transported to a fantasy world, isekai style. I'm like, what a disappointment, you know, after this. Like, I think you can understand why I feel like this, right? Like, we will play Final Fantasy Tactics Advance on the stream, but you will see why it's worse. Judge system is basically you have battles like I'm doing now, but you have judges that impose random restrictions on the battlefield. Like there's a judge that comes and declares, this battle you cannot use items. It's blocked here too. There is no way out. Forget it, we might as well surrender. I'd rather die here than get taken prisoner. Besides, if we get caught, we'll be executed. Fighting is the only way out. This game was well known for its mature plot. I steal your... Ooh, I still have a chance. Okay, I steal from you. Oh no. Wait. So yeah. You know? What? It's a really good game. A very special creator worked on this game. Where is Viegraf? Where did you hide Teta? Teta? You mean the Beowulf? You mean the Beowulf Galagros took hostage? Teta's my sister. She has nothing to do with them. It's pointless to hold her hostage. Please, return my sister. And what about you? Will you nobles give back all you took from us? We're only asking you to return what you took from us in the first place. But no, you just keep taking, forcing us to retaliate. Just give up. There is no reason to return her. I... This game has a real moral conflict, you know? It's full of giggling, if you know what I mean. Silky. Which one is Silky? Oh, perfect. So it will take us a bunch to beat this. I think we will beat this level. Bruce and Dallas, huh? Uh-oh. The power of magic is strong. Balls too, now it's my turn. Boom. Uh-oh. Oh no. Wind, fade to silence, and light give us power. Shiva. There you go. Thank you. Caca. Alright, I think we're doing well. We're gonna try to steal the accessory. We destroy the mages and we win. Time! Rest and give your kindness to the worthy. Slow. Have you missed? Missed me? Now you have to kiss me! Giggling! Oh no. Pa, 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 pa. Out of the ground, raise! Oh, oh, oh. This is not as easy as I thought. Fire 2! Okay, now that's better. Summon magic Moogle. We're gonna heal ourselves. Just like this. Mowgli. Yeah, come on! Giggling. I should learn more skills. Otherwise I might be in trouble. Pa, pa, pa. Good, good. Very good, Derita. Very good. I should have taught you Phoenix Down. Uh-oh. Oof. Okay, it's going well now. Bruce. Oh my, Instacast. Hey, I've used chakra. My bad, y'all. I ran out of chakra. And now we need to revive again. My bad, y'all. I ran out of chakra. Panchard chakra. Panchard chakra. Come here. Okay, this is going well. Now I can steal from you. I wish I could have stolen the power glove, but that ship has sailed. I cannot cry about the power glove forever. But I will steal your mantle. But you're right now, chakra. Okay. Okay. Level up, because everything you do gives you experience. Okay, I guess we are saved. Bruce, hiding. Don't hide away, Bruce. I steal accessory. Stolen! There we go. I have succeeded in my mission. Now we can, well, destroy our enemies, I guess. Nice, that went so well. I can't die now. Not during the revolution. Uh-oh. That was meant for me. Hello, Corans. Hello. How are you? Oh, I have to change the title. You're right, I have to change the title of the stream. I totally forgot. There you go. We've changed the title. We'll even refresh the page. Yeah, good. Hello, welcome to the stream, Corans. You say revolution. Is a revolution necessary? Is it our fault? Are we making you suffer? What's the problem? Ignorance itself is a crime. What you think is right is only what you can see, but that's not everything. It's not your fault, but I'll keep blaming you until there's a change. As long as you're a Beowulf, you're my enemy. Enemy. Enemy of the people. Uh-oh. What the? She's strong! The revolutionary Athena. Attack her, Delita. Come on. Yes! Very nice. Brother, I'm sorry. Why? What went wrong? Damn it! Who the hell am I? Who? As you can see, we have destroyed our enemies, but at what price? What is the price of destroying our enemies? We should always ask ourselves, you know? You know this about me. It's true. We should always ask ourselves, was it worth it to destroy our enemy? We should ask ourselves these questions. Okay. We'll learn some skills as well before we move on. Formation. We learn some skills from our jobs. Ability. Learn. Thief. Steal heart. Charms an enemy that is of the opposite sex. So no. Secret hunt. I guess I can try. Learn as a monk. Ooh. As an archer, what can I learn? Not much. As a wizard, what can I learn? As a summoner, what can I learn? Not much. Okay, let's go. Wait. Okay, let's go. Why did you kidnap the girl? I needed a hostage to escape. If that was the case, you could have let her go later. What now? What now, you, Golagros? You putting me with Gustav? Think the Death Corps lost most of their men and now are surrounded by the Hokten. She was our only ace in the hole to get us out of this because she's a Beowulf. What good is escaping, or were we even thinking that? Even if we escape, we'll get caught sooner or later and be in their power. We must make it so our children don't have to go through what we did. A small stone may only make a small ripple at first, but someday it will be a wave. Even if we have to rust away here. So you would have us die? Not in vain. Take as many nobles with you as possible. Ludicrous. We'll die like dogs. No. There may still be survivors at Fort Zekden. If you join them, you may get something. They're probably dead already. What? Miluda killed? Miluda. It's just a matter of time before the squad gets here. What should we do? Alright, Retreat. You heard Golagras. Go to Fort Zagden. Leave the girl here. They're here. The Hogten are here. Them already? I'll stop them here. Golagros. You head for Fort Zagden with others. I'm not going. No way I'm going to die. You kinda cannot use my full force. You! It was you! Did you kill me, Luda? It was you, cadets, who killed my sister! She was Viegraf's sister? Well then, I have no choice. I'll avenge my sister. Give Teta back! Teta? Oh, that girl? So a Beowulf? He's not a Beowulf, I am. Then Golgaros was wrong, but he's with you, correct? It doesn't matter who he is, you have his sister. Correct me if I'm wrong. Either way, the girl was to be released anyway. We had no intention of keeping her. But first things first, if you want the girl back, you'll have to beat me! What's his job? Yoink. They broke my equipment! Oh no! How could you? Igler? But the Red Hood. I destroy my enemies. Fire 2. Summon Shiva. Fire 2. Yoink. Yoink. Lady free. Hello. Secret fist! Cast down to hell with your fingers. Secret fist! Boom! Uh-oh, I missed. The secret fist has missed. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Moga. We're done for Viagraph. Roadstone. Oh. You want to kill me? I will kill you. Finida. Okay, that's our last dance. Dance, dance. Very nice. What? Wait, hold on. Why? That makes no sense. Finida. Bold 2. Friedrich. Ah, Wiedersehen. Birdie. How did he kill me? Is my question, I guess. Put the sword down. No need to waste lives. Then why did you kill her? Why Miruda? I had no intention of killing her. There are other ways than fighting. Can we talk? You still don't understand why we won't surrender. What good is talking anyway? Could you make something happen even if you wanted to? You couldn't, could you? And even if you did, your brothers wouldn't allow it. My brothers don't want to fight. Viagraph, if you put the sword down, they'll listen. Ha! This is absurd. Your brothers don't want to fight? You're so deluded. Life is short. Very steady sword. Ball 2. Wind, fade to silence, and light give us power. Shiva. Tough one, eh? Miruda, I'm sorry, but I can't die here. Wait, Viegraf, running away? Who do you think had Gustav kidnapped the Marquis? Your brother Daisedarg, and I'm sure Zarbag knows too. Don't be ridiculous. Why would he do such a thing? Two lions are fighting for power after the king died. One is a white lion, Larg. The other is black, Goltana. Both want to know who their allies are, but it's hard to read strangers' minds. So why not kill them all and bring your own people? Gustav was deceived by Daisedarg's silk tongue and kidnapped the Marquis. Lies! A Beowulf would never do such a thing. You should see for yourself. Goodbye, Beowulf. Wait, Viegraf! Take that back! Teta! Where are you, Teta? I can't find her anywhere. Teta, where are you? Did Viegraf lie to us? Terita, let's go to Zeg then. Teta must be there. What happened? What went wrong? Tell me, Ramza. Why did this have to happen to Teta? Terita. And now, this. Oof, this will be a heavy level. I might lose. I might lose my heart and soul. I might lose my heart and soul to this level. It's a very sad level. You will see. Gigras. Witness the power of love. Get out of here now! What if something happens to her? And don't do anything funny. There's tons of powder inside the fort. More than enough to blow all of you to hell and back. Got it? Then get out. The Hokten will never be threatened by you. Brother Argus! Teta! Delita! Get out now! Go on, do it. Yes, sir. What's this? Terita. Teta! General Zalbag, more enemies are on the mountain path. There are about 50 of them. I've been informed one of them resembles Viegraf. Alright, I'll be right there. Take care of the rest, Argus. Damn it. Teta! Where are you going? Argus, you bastard! You wanna fight? Fine, then let's go. Brother, why? Teta? Come on, animals are animals. I'll prove it to you. Why? Why are you doing this? Argus, why? It's your brother's orders. Please don't ask why. Besides, would you sacrifice the Hokten pride all for a common girl? Teta is Delita's sister. It's about time you learned about difference. Different birth, totally different life. It's fate. Neither should have been here. Should have been flower sellers somewhere. And what about you, Ramza? Why are you arguing with me? You're a traitor to Hokten. But this is inexcusable. You're such a spoiled child. How could someone like you be a beowulf? Argus, you murdered Teta. I'll kill you, I swear it. Brandy. I didn't have a choice. You're such a baby. Don't pamper yourself. Beewolves are leaders of warriors. You have certain responsibilities as a leader. There are many things that only you can do. You must do them for those who can't. I don't want to live life just being used by others. Just being used? Don't talk rubbish. Beewolves are used because of who they are. We ourselves have survived under their wing, used their protection. That's right, it's a give and take relationship. That's how you survive. Just being used? You've even been using your best friend Delita. Me using Delita? Are you alright, Delita? Leave me, Ramza. After Argus, you're next. Delita. You saved me to use me. Ridiculous, I couldn't just leave someone in trouble. Well, next time you'd better. You never know if they'll be friendly or not. True. Do you see how good the story is in this game? Aren't you angry at Argus? Aren't you angry at Argus? For what he did to Teta? Aren't you angry? Gigglers? Telling me you're angry. Come on. Fire 2. Uh-oh. Aren't you angry at Argus the bastard? It's okay, I'll teach Argus a lesson. I teach you a lesson, Argus. Come on, giggling. Uh-oh. Destruction of nature, gathering flame, fire. Oh no, giggling. I destroy my enemy by giving Finida. Finida! It's about time you learn about difference. Different birth, different life. But don't worry, Giggler. We will teach him a lesson. Come on. Swirling bolts. Gather and strike with power. Bolts 2. I won. Damn you! How could I be beaten by weaklings like you? Delita. What was that? An explosion? Delita, it's dangerous. Come over here, quick. Delita. I have taken my whole life for granted. When it came down to it, I dropped it all and ran. Do you want to save? Yeah! Of course! Giggling! Hardcore giggling. So, Ramza, you know who kidnapped her? He's taking Princess Ovelia with him. Can't be that far. Are you going after him? Of course, I couldn't face the real family unless I do. We won't help you, it's not in the contract. We don't need help from one who's not even a knight. A knight must fix his own mistakes. This is one of our responsibilities as guards. Lavian, Alicia, let's go. Are you all right, milord? The princess, how is she? I'm very sorry. I swear I'll get her back. No, you'd be in danger. Don't worry, I swear on my knight's honor, I'll save her. I'll go too. I won't be a burden. Are you crazy? This is none of our business. I have to know. I must see it with my own eyes. You mean that boy you saw? You're as stubborn as a mule. Don't cry to me for help if something happens. Chapter 2. The manipulator and the subservient. Time skip happened. Like in Shonen. As you can see, giggling happens. Now we can get more good stuff. So as you can see, our hero looks different now. Let's go to the options. Formation. He's older now. See, looks different. Ramza. Ability. Learn. As a thief. Monk. Archer. Wizard. Yeah, poor Ramza. It's true. I have not lied once about any of this. Summoner. What do you learn? Ramuh or Ifri? I think we're Ramuh. And now we also have more equipment. Wait, what? The city is also a battlefield? English, come on! That's not fair. But life's not always fair. This is what happens. This is what I have learned from the Special Academy of Giggling. The Giggling Academy. Come on. I need how about 500 gil per head? Way too low. 2,000. It's 2,000 gil a head. It would be easy to make all of you heretics, you know. Is that a threat? Oh, but 1,000 gil. Dragoon is in this game, indeed. But it's called Lancer. 700, no more. Okay, done deal. They'll be here any minute. Kill all of them. Understand? Ha! Speak of the devil. There they are. Get 'em. Or get them, as he said. That's a Golgarion. Damn, 700 was too cheap. Ambush? Going all out, huh? If you don't like it, you can leave. I usually don't do freebies, but I'll make an exception. You patronizing. Night Sword. Pa 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 pa. Who? We can make Ramza into a dragon. Come on. We'll test our new summon. What do you say? Balls too. Delita did not get deleted. Delita is alive. Delita appeared at the very start of the game. We are chasing Delita. Also, I see what you did there. Ta 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 ta. Rosa! Bolt 2. Serves you right. Run away, you pervert. Destroy everybody. Oh. Wait, what did they do? A Vivi from Final Fantasy IX? Ooh, perfect! You have taken my bait. Now you will suffer for it. Bolt 2. There we go. Distraction. Coward. Uh-oh. Ooh, okay. Nice. Things are going well now. Easy win, I guess. you go. What? It worked? Finish him! Or not, I guess. Yeah. There's no time to waste. We must hurry and rescue the princess. Where are we going? Do you know where they went? There is only one place they could have escaped to. Impregnable Fortress. Betha Garrison. Bethla Garrison. Bar? Room. Proposition, okay. After the king's death. After the death of King Omdolia, Queen Rovelia held the reins on the government. Any officials objecting to her policies were ousted, even elder statesmen. The Empress openly criticized the Queen and was banished to Bonhan, never to return. It is said she was poisoned, but no proof was ever found. Feud between Larg and Goltana. A political struggle erupted between the Prince Larg and the son of the late king. They are fighting for the regency. He will be guardian to the prince. The queen sided with Larg, but the officials who oppose her, including many nobles, sided with Goltana. Lately, some say Prince Larg will officially be appointed regent. Peasant riot in Zeltania. A large peasant rebellion has erupted in Zeltania, Goldana's territory. It was caused by the heavy damage resulting from the previous year's drought, as well as growing unease over the rise in taxes after the war. A group of ex-knights known as the Ryomoku seem to be behind the rebellion. Baron Grimm's black sheep are struggling to suppress it. Shop. Eating room. Oh. Okay, that's pretty cheap. Oh. Let's see if there are any. Oh. Um. Okay. Continue. Oh, okay. All right. Now we go to the bar. I know a great way to make a bug. Girl at Vurg Volcano. There seems to be a gold deposit at Gulag Volcano. Many monsters zoom the area, so a few men dare to approach and strike it rich. We need 3,100 gil for info, etc. Wanna do it? So who you wanna send? This job's from 15 to 16. How many days? 16. Hmm. Let's go. Okay, we have to do it just for. I send the other people on the mission. After this, we finish the mission and then we finish stream. Come on, Jiggling. We have things to do. No time to waste. No time to waste. You know what I mean? Only 2 enemies? For real? It's gonna be a slaughterhouse. Oh, that's easy. There we go. There we go. Easy win. Didn't get much from this, but okay, we do the mission and then we save. We left Igros Castle and departed for the site at the inactive volcano. I had a good feeling. This area is famous for monsters, but we tried our best. As a result, we were able to excavate it. Different ores were found from the dike, but there was one big one that stood out. Alicia opened it with faith. Inside was a treasure that I've never seen was sealed inside. So this job was a big success. This is the way. Wow, what an amazing thing to find. That's a treasure that's extremely valuable. Right, you're now a treasure hunter. From now on, you're the... Opposition? Thief. Monk. Poison. Fire free, bolt free. Summoner. Yeah, I guess we saved for today. And we finished. We've done so much, Giggles. So thank you all for coming, as always, Giggling, and the love and solidarity to you all. Come on, Giggling! Can I tell you my story? Okay, I finished for today. Thank you for coming, and I hope to see you next time. Okay? I see you. I press end stream. Thank you for coming.